this big G, running the number rackets, wearing Pele jackets, fast look cactus. I'm well up in the millionaire bracket. The boss of four bosses are always horses in the fortress corridors with Olympic torches and Mona Lisa portraits. Jacuzzis and saunas and eating steak at Benny Hondas, Bentley's limousine, the front yard streaming full of piranhas. I'm set, a private jet, I drink a lot of Becks, get a lot of sex, condo and duplex, diamond invested Rolex, the lever recliner, the raw units for silver china, sipping on finer wine. You see more shines of diamond mine. It's the highness, kingpin of heroin. I'm thorough when I have to bring the terror and handle business in each and every barrel. In town and city, I'm rolling like Frank Nitty. I'm rich and pretty, back up kitties. I got Grammys that's grimy and gritty. A nigga that's funky and likes to keep his pockets chunky, making most of my money from all the dope fiends and junkies. I learned from the best, the ones that's living and the ones that's put the rest. So I bless my chest with a vest and pack of Smith & West. And then I'm off to get the snaps, not the scraps. The game is be a real Mac, the name is Cool G Rap.
What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes you wanna holler. It's a weird shape. What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes you wanna holler.
I gotta fly, walk up under the wing. I swing it, it does a thing. And if you step inside my ring, she'll bang it out and make your brains hang. She sits at restaurant tables with make foxes and staples, drinking Chardonnay brand label. Shit rockin' suckers, cradle and yeah, honey is more bounce to the ounce. She walks around with Lucci in large amounts, millions of socks with bank accounts. Her name is Tammy, got a beach house in Miami. Rides around with a small jammy in a silk and satin panties. A down a Foxy Brown, all standing up ground. And if the clown, yo, she turn into a bus around. Our flyers are heaven's angel, got sapphires in our bagels, diamond earrings hanging dangle, getting money from all angles. She's pretty under the New York City bright lights. In real life, way after midnight, I hit it cause the split's tight. Wake up early and make my rounds, break a brick down, back in the silver for a pound. Some pounds be trying to get down, light up a smoky, grab a stack of casinos. The slick stick up kids don't get no free, don't broke cause I ain't trying to be broke. I goes all out for G-Rap business, honey, nothing's funny, it's a damn shame what I gotta do to get the money.
What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes me wanna holler. It's a weird shame. What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes me wanna holler. No, it ain't no sweet, ain't no.
Going on the Mike Lebanon, Teflon Dawn. Black baby, the year of the nines. And I'ma have to make these motherfuckers an offer they can't refuse. You know? What's going on? Yo, come on, you know what's on. I roll a song, catch my flow on the older one. Make sure the force is right. I floss all night, get off the mic, get it smoke like an exhaust pipe. Keep them in the library, studying my theory. My theory get translated to Swahili. From the lands far as Zanzibar. They understand the art, demand the law. It's obvious why the copy is, they copy this. Soon as my data processes Y2K, they floppy this. Now who the hottest is? How can it not be this? Baby, who the cocky is? Poppy is, Rossi is. Hey yo, it's me so magnifico. Even my typical style difficult. Make the crowd go wild when I rip a show. Better stand back, this a blow you didn't know. They show me love when I come through. Yo, in the club that I come to. In the microphone check 1, 2. And they know what I wanna do, flow forever. ever witnessed rapport like this before? It's Major, kiss the floor, say bitch my lord. It's the chosen one with the golden tongue. Flow for the old and young when I'm holding one. In the front row city, we show no pity. When kids get jiggy, girls are so pretty. The wanderer, back from Casablanca. The stomper, what next? Barada conquer. So let's go, the best show will explode. No dress code, they just posing their best clothes. Girls get exposed when I show my rap exposed. Will it be a next episode? I guess so. Those that have doubt, wanted a hag clout. What they mad about must be a cash route. MC switch they style from their last route. And I bet soon as they hear this, they spaz out. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear the microphone check 1, 2. And they know what I wanna do, flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear the microphone check 1, 2. And they know what I wanna do, flow forever. Wherever I can go, it's the guard tempo. It's simple, my MO, no problemo. Been all over the map, even know where hell is at. I get the welcome mat and then welcome back. My flow is raw, they treat me like Mr. Know-It-All. They want me to show them all my brand new protocol. Excuse them why, I make a move for ride. You ain't super raw, say the hoop for law. Let me find out, you rhymed out, designed out, pulling dimes out, you climb out, with time out, I'm at the free throw, playing ball or CeeLo. I keep though, reloaded like Carlito, incognito. I be so low-key, women get nosy. I do a show they wanna go see, they get to know me in the front row seat. They cozy, thinking I'm giving them the Bobo B until they OG. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear the microphone check 1, 2. And they know what I wanna do, flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear the microphone check 1, 2. And they know what I wanna do, flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear the microphone check 1, 2. And they know what I wanna do, flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear the microphone check 1, 2. And they know what I wanna do, flow forever.
Optimist dream, I weave my life with esteem. In and out of what's logic, shit ain't quite what it seemed. My pause, soaking in applause and criticism. I crack a smile, basking my flaws and cynicism. But I'm still searching for them happy days. And for a fresh start, I'm cutting my hair, but not my nappy ways. It's kinda hard fucking with so many faces. And trying to have our music touch, oh, so many bases. Places embracing us when we not home. With open hands and clenched fists, trust we rocking on. Living this moment of truth, being as relevant. Divine timing, this beat must be heaven sent. Locked in a room for days so I can write this. Like Solitude's best friend for now, though I might just stab him in the back. Open up my door, go and buy a TV so I can watch the war. Maybe not, I think I'd rather chill and smoke and just be with my thoughts and perhaps some hope while on a quest for green. I'm trying to pay the rent, still I'm trying to make $1 out of what makes sense. I'm on a quest for green cause I gotta pay the rent, still I'm trying to make $1 out of what makes sense. Baby boomer, Asian, hormone raging, kids they all adore. Red, yellow, black, Caucasian, Latin, Asian. What are we fighting for? Fighting for outside. I'm trying to keep my head up to the sky. Up to the sky. It falls all on my head, then I can't cope. That's why.
You sound like your country. Who comes first, you or your country? I don't have to think twice.
Even if I get the fortune and fame, I'ma pray in this game. 1980 baby crazy, aborting the lane. Open future, it's wide open, stay on my toes. Some are fragile, I'm agile, aiming at foes, them cowardly men. They're rolling with an iron hand, and they got power to swing, strike a godly plan. Now tell me why, church to the pope they lie. If I control gas, you know John Paul the Fry. He mixing church with the state, confusing the masses to sell that religion that's water in half glasses. AIDS in Africa, the children are dying. $1 billion budget, conquer Mars, who's flying? Oh shit, better yet, who's spying? Can you see the peeping time on Earth when he iron? Pluto, Jupiter, in the age of Neptunes, we hop into the beach street league. Give me leg room, I need to maneuver. Back to my roots, speak food for thought, mind obese from the Fruit Loop. Over and over, this life that I sample. Pop goes the world made, moves now, gamble. Life on the road, I write as a more hope. Translate experiences, mics up a hole. A new world order, same-sex marriage. White man's plight on pause might perish.
Honey roasted lies, no grams of carbohydrates. Look slanted eyes, surprise, a shitty mind state. Control the nation with the amber alerts. The elderly are going berserk, the medicine hurts too much. Money exchanges, the hands of pharmaceuticals. The rates going up as fuck, sitting in cubicles. Emotional bombs are ready to launch. They're ripping apart the fabric that make who we are. It tears much too easily, we fornicated Moors. Fuck the deity, it's anal or it's law. Watch the skies that we scrape with buildings. Stuff the riddling down the throats of children real. Check your order in this fast food nation. I got a rack order game for PlayStation. Check your order in this fast food nation. I got a rack order game for PlayStation.
Marching through the night with mics, we stand evolution. Come, don't run, man. You're human rights through fight, take stand, pro-choice, vote, boycott, and go.
Lurking in the shadows of the United States government. Yeah, yo. The government is covered in shadows, ruled by a cold theocracy, political hypocrisy, an aristocracy. The Hessianic League was formed, the Nazi Party, Masonic oligarchs that worship Teutonic Zionism. This is the Antichrist conspiracy. Some say it was a theory. Our plan originated in Valeria within Germany, created by the Luciferians. They call it the New World Order, where you won't have citizenship. It will be replaced with biochips. Nazi eugenics designed the blueprint for global enslavement. A totalitarian dictatorship. The mark of the beast is unleashed. Satanic possession covers the streets like Masonic imagery. 1,000 points of light blind your eyesight. Homeland security marches through your projects like the Third Reich. The rise of the Fourth Reich. This is the picture that I predict painted for the future. Will be monitored. Spy satellites watch ya from a digital plasma. You know what I'm saying? The lost children of Babylon realize the lies.
Heresies of populist vox, a cold wind, steady blowing in the valley of death with no end. Those who cast the first stone with the chrome know no sin. I'm chosen to lock and load with the barrel and go in. Martial law, military, police, the streets barricade. Mortar shells, grenades that play a sweet serenade. War's orchestra, symphony, neocon ministry. New age imperialism, just check the history. Fiscal, colonial, master of ceremonial, religious testimonial, proof for the ones controlling you, molding you, shaping you, economically raping you. Trickle down capitalism facing a nation who couldn't see through the clouds of smoke. When they elect the head of state, that's a clown to joke. Now the Obama deception, Antichrist suggestion, got everybody starting to question what is progression.
Conform, consume, and concede. The goal here's become greed. Eliminate the line drawn between the wants and needs. Computer chip in your right arm is your ATM card. Locked within the prison of numbers. Participate in voluntary slumber. Topple the monopoly. Destroy this monstrosity. Babylon AD. Destruction of sovereignty. Our motto's gotta be get from on top of me. Evade the mass lobotomy. America the Titanic. Passengers are manic. Controlling through credit. Creating calculated panic. For the red, white, and blue. You be dead fighting who? We could try our best. Despite the IRS Federal Reserve Act, unapportioned income tax, unratified, enforced by executioner's acts. 1099 sign on the dotted line and make you think you have to reclaim your property through NAFTA. Chapter 11, Trump's amendments, first and second class citizens are left in bankruptcy. There's nothing left for us to be. The bank has custody of all your revenue, dictate what they selling you, telling you there's no other choice, compelling you to give in to the economic state we live in. But this is not the only choice we were given.
Yo, it ain't that other shit, it's the sound of the culture. The eagle-eye vulture, sniper shot that'll scope you. Take out the powers that be when you're too strong. Martin Luther King and John Kennedy, now your crew's gone. Cease peaceful war, it's why I keep the sword. Keep my feet to shore, cross seas and meet the shore. Shanked redemption, flanked by the trenchmen. Fenced in, holocausted, shipped to the west end. Women and men separated, caused by men of hatred. Religious beliefs leaves you segregated, detonated. The atomic bomb, Buddhist or Islamic minds. Suicidal kamikaze is my rhyme design. Political thoughts, it's the visual art that the individual sought due to a critical cause. Ridicule ours, and we deploy with the thrust of God. Out for justice for the ones who don't trust in
Hot
us.
chips, not talking blue stock prices, but the ones that fit in your skin. Subhuman control services, I toy with you like a joystick. Maneuver through mazes, ways till you become fearless, emotionless. Hydropsynchrony, joy, robotocracy. You phone to please me. I mean, bend over backwards, Ogie. Exercise my every wish is for you to end. Combativeness within self-delinquency. And August, disobedient, it's the end of it. No time left for loose lipness. Talk back, pro bowler, you'll be whipped. Thrown to the fire pit while I continue on. Calculating all steps with no weapons of violence. Unlike Eric Prince, all troops on the same cadence. Non-biohazardous, non-contagious. Or except for one love virus cures disagreeableness. If not, your chip get disabled. Your mind turned off. It perceived unbalanced by my thoughts. Just my good stars protect my fan. With talisman levies deny. Hanseatic leaves from spinning webs.
And now in the 21st century, it's time to stand up and realize that we should not allow ourselves to be crammed into this rat maze. We should not submit to dehumanization. I don't know about you, but I'm concerned with what's happening in this world. I'm concerned with the structure. I'm concerned with the systems of control. Those that control my life and those that seek to control it even more. I want freedom. That's what I want, and that's what you should want.
Oh, whoops. It's like I had my tab open playing this shit the whole time. Blessings to all the people that are here. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. We got a very special show for you today. Sort of supplementary readings and music. You know, so we're not going in any specific order here, right? But I have a special list of sources that I want to present to you guys, and I'll see how much of it I could really get through. You know, but it sort of backs up a lot of the things, you know, sort of that I've been putting down on the other show. So if you've been enjoying the other show and some of the themes that we discuss on the other show, then you'll really you know, you'll really enjoy some of these thoughts and readings in terms of you know, we're going to go through some of the most important sources, I think, in history, okay, that build up to the American experience here, and right, and the idea of statecraft, you know, and the idea of national you know, restoration, you know, starting with that notion of national restoration among the Jews, right? And moving into Plato. Obviously, Plato was hugely influenced by the Persians, and some theorize that he was also influenced by the Jews, right?
Who theorizes that? I don't think I've heard that one. Maybe
Oh,
I
there's
forgot.
many. Yeah, there's many people. Yeah, there's many people who've made the claim that that Plato was influenced by Moses. You know, so you know, without too much understanding of that conception, just knowing that there are researchers, prominent researchers who have made the claim, right?
Right.
You know, we'll just go on from that. But yeah, you guys could look into it. We may do a separate presentation on that. But what's clear is the influence of the Persians on both the Jews and the Platonists, right? So that much is clear, right? So so that has already been established. But where did a lot of these views come from, right? So I'm going to read here from Gregory J. Riley, The River of God. Okay, and he's taken a sort of anthropological, critical historian account of some of these sources. So he says that there's a move from monism to dualism, right? Gods and their servants to one God and his enemy, the devil. This marked a revolution in the religious conceptions of the ancient world. For the first time, there was a war in heaven and earth and the human present that would necessitate a final cosmic battle, right? So and the end of the world, right? So this eschatological scheme, right, introduced through the notion of the final battle, right? Not all people or cultures accepted such ideas, nor did those who did agree with one another on how they should be understood, he says. In fact, a large part of the conflict between the Christians and their Roman persecutors centered around this issue. For the Romans, there was no devil, and they worshiped the traditional gods in a monistic universe. For the Christians, the Romans worshiped demonic forces that empowered the Roman idols as part of a vast conspiracy of the devil. For odd cultures like much of the Roman world, the world of the universe, including both the spiritual and material worlds, were understood as integrated and cohesive system, with each member, divine and human, fulfilling a proper function. There was no devil. There was no demons in the devil's service. There was no heaven or hell for the eternal reward or punishment of the gods, angels, and demons, or their human loyalists. The entire cosmos, from the stars down to the bushes, was filled with spiritual beings. Okay, so spirit covers the entire cosmos in this monistic conception of the universe, right? There's no transcendental scope. Okay, organization of each of whom, okay, spiritual beings, each of whom had a suitable role in the organization of the entire structure. The conception of the universe as a unified system may be called monism. Its opposite is a dualism of the cosmos at war, with God and the devil fighting to a final end of the world. Such a cosmic dualism does not enter the river of God, that's in the book, River of God, until the Persian invasion of Mesopotamia in the 6th century BCE.
And the Persians took over the Medes. Am I getting my dates mixed?
Yeah, Persian invasion of Mesopotamia, 6th century. Let's check this out.
That'd be 500s. It's around there somewhere.
Persian invasion.
I don't want to go off on tangents too much here.
Well, it's just kind of an open. I actually don't know how fall of, oh wait, no, this is, yeah, I'm not finding it easily.
Let's see what I can find.
Oh, whoops, I got two windows open here. Let me close one of these. All right, there we go. Yeah, Persian invasion of Mesopotamia. Before that time, all of the cultures of the ancient Near East lived in a world more or less at peace with itself. History had not yet become the history of salvation, but was merely a long sequence of events without deeper meaning. The early version of the three-story universe was eternal. We are told that the Lord founded the earth forever in Psalm 78:69, and that the world is firmly established, it will not be moved. Psalms 93:1. The cosmos was not slipping inexorably toward a fiery cataclysm of judgment that would bring its complete destruction, as in later apocalyptic visions. As yet, there was nothing wrong with it. The monistic universe was divided into three spheres of divine authority: the gods of the sky who ruled the upper world, the gods of the great earth surrounding sea, and the gods of the earth and the underworld. Everything that happened was directed by higher deities, carried out by lesser spirits. Stormy winds were the work of the wind gods. Diseases were the work of dark spirits of death and calamity, yet all spirits were part of the balance of the cosmos as a whole. Humans were required to obey the laws of the gods. For obedience, good spirits brought rewards, and for disobedience, destructive spirits brought punishment. In Exodus 12:23, for example, the destroyer, a spirit of plague, strikes down the firstborn of Egypt at the Lord's command. The battle is not between God and the devil over eternal souls. People do not yet have souls separate from their bodily existence that survive physical death. The Christian idea that the kingdom of God is opposed by the kingdom of Satan, the God of the righteous angels, face a great spiritual enemy. The devil and his army of demons had a long history and development in the ancient world. The creation stories in many of the cultures that influenced the biblical tradition contain accounts conflicting among the gods, accounts known as combat myths. One of the most famous Babylonian stories was the Enuma Elish. Okay, Marduk, the high god of Babylon, battles Tiamat, the great primeval sea, who is monstrous sea dragon. Though Tiamat creates a vast battalion of fighters for her cause, she is nevertheless defeated. From her body, Marduk creates the cosmos. Tiamat's tail is still visible as the Milky Way. The gods then labored to build Marduk his temple palace in the city of Babylon. In Egypt, the great champion of death and chaos was a snake monster, Apophis, who dwelt in the underworld. Each day, the sun god Re has to defeat Apophis, or Apophis, Apophis, at the western mountain in order to travel through the realm of the underworld on his way back to the eastern sunrise. In another story, also introduced in chapter 2, the Canaanite storm god Baal, chief son of the high god El, is forced to battle Yam. The monster, whose very name means "quote unquote" sea, he is also called Lotan, which is in the Hebrew Bible is Leviathan, the twisting serpent, the dragon that is in the sea. Isaiah 27:1. Baal fights and then defeats Yam and gains a mountaintop palace. As Marduk had gained his temple palace, from which he thunders forth against his enemies, he next must confront Mot, or death. Isn't that interesting that Mot is death in this Canaanite religion, but the Maat, Ma'at, is like a similar spirit in Egyptian mythology, right? And they said the same thing about Leviathan, right? They said Leviathan appears as Lotan in the Canaanite literature. The ruler of the shadowy underworld, a monster with huge mouth and appetite who swallows the dead. For a time, Baal himself is dead, quote unquote, in other words. And the earth experiences the drought of summer heat. Eventually, Mot is defeated and Baal rises again to bring the rains and revivify the crops. Very much the same set of images is used to describe Yahweh in Israel. Drawing upon these and other myths to portray the conflicts against his enemies, both divine and human, his rise to sovereignty over other gods of the nations. Now we move to Persia, right? So those are all, before, or he's drawing a narrative that these various traditions influence the rise of the dualism that's going to be seen within the idea of salvation history, right? That the notion of an eschatological scheme has to do with creating a dualism between this world and the next, and that that has a temporal dualism to go along with the spatial dualism, right? Of separation from nature, right? So it's a pretty interesting scheme that he's presenting, I would say. But he says these great enemies of gods had been defeated or at least put under the control in the mythic past. There was as yet no devil, he claims. The cosmos, however, had arisen out of chaos, he says. And chaos was a constant threat that could break free and wreak havoc once again, like the underworld monster, Apophis of Egypt, or Yam, the sea of Canaan. It was ever-present danger. The most important point in the history of Israel when chaos overcame goodness was during the experience of the exile. The Old Testament scholar John Levinson writes, quote, history, no less than nature, slips out of God's control into the hands of obscure but potent forces of malignancy that oppose everything God is reputed to uphold. Okay, so see how history is the temporal side and then nature is the spatial side. Interesting. It says history, no less than nature, slips out of God's control and into the hands of obscure but potent forces of malignancy that oppose everything God is reputed to uphold. In the exile, chaos appeared to overcome the Lord. His servants, the righteous on earth, suffered national catastrophe. Notice the word national. The Israelites of the generation that were exiled had, in their own view, been faithful to the covenants. Psalms 44:17. But somehow the covenants had failed. The 10 tribes of the north kingdom of Israel had been conquered in 721 BCE by the Assyrian Empire. By the Assyrian Empire, the 2 remaining tribes of the southern kingdom were overwhelmed in 586 BC by the armies of the Neo-Babylonian Empire under Nebuchadnezzar. The temple in Jerusalem had been destroyed, much of Israel's population deported to Babylon. Quote, by the rivers of Babylon, unquote, the psalmist writes in despair, quote, there we sat down and there we wept, unquote, Psalms 137:1. Israel remained exiled for 2 generations until the Babylonian Empire itself was overrun by Cyprus. The Persian armies in 539 BCE. Unlike the Assyrians and the Babylonians before him, Cyrus was remarkably tolerant of the customs of his subject peoples. He permitted the Jews in Babylon to return to their own lands and rebuild the empire, rebuild the temple, in Jerusalem. Ezra 4:1-4. For that favor, the prophet, 2nd Isaiah, addresses a remarkable message to him. Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped. Isaiah 41:1. The word anointed used here for Cyrus would one day take on a much greater significance. It is a Hebrew word, Messiah. The Hebrew word Messiah. The Persians brought not only release from the exile to Israel, they also brought old and highly influential view of the spiritual world. The Persians were Indo-European culture whose religion was based on a view of the world, very different from the monistic cultures. Very different from the monistic cultures of the ancient Near East. Theological dualism we today call this religion Zoroastrianism. After the Greek mispronunciation of the name of its founder, Zarathustra. A prophet who lived sometime in the second millennium BCE in an area near the border between Iran and Afghanistan. According to tradition, near his 30th birthday, Zarathustra was granted a series of revelations from Ahura Mazda, a name for the God of all. Two forms of Zoroastrianism predate the exile of Israel. Difficulties presented by ancient sources have resulted in the controversy among scholars over which of the two forms are original. In one form, Ahura Mazda emanated twin offspring, a holy spirit and an evil spirit. In the second form, the two spirits were uncreated, twins existing from eternity. The first is reflected in the statement of the Lord to Cyrus, which rejects the eternal dualism of the second. I'm the Lord, and there is no other. I form the light, and I create the darkness. I make wholeness, and I create evil. So interesting context there, right? That's actually being said in lieu of Cyrus the Persian and the Zoroastrian teachings. This idea that God created two divine spirits, good and evil, is clearly expressed in the Dead Sea Scrolls text from Qumran. God created the spirit of light and darkness. Whatever the ultimate source, God had gained a divine enemy in the devil, a view that would shape all subsequent Christian understanding of the spiritual realm. Zoroaster was highly sophisticated. Zoroastrianism was a highly sophisticated religious worldview and included much more than merely a dualism of God and the devil. That dualism had consequences for the whole of the cosmos. Before creation, both God and the devil had each emanated armies of archangels and angels, archdemons, and demons. God then formed the world as a battleground on which the devil could be defeated. As soon as it was completed, the dark forces attacked and defiled creation, resulting in this present evil age. Of mixture of good and evil, the two, God and the devil, now had to fight over the loyalty of humans. In one important text, the evil one declares to God, I shall destroy you and your creatures forever and ever. And I shall persuade all of your creatures to hate you and to love me. Similarly, the adversary, Satan, states to God that Job will curse you to your face. Job 2:5. Someday at the consummation of time, God and righteousness will prevail in a cataclysmic final battle. On that day, the devil and his angels will be cast into the eternal hell of fire. And the old heavens and earth will be burned up, and the new heaven and earth will be created as a home for the resurrected righteous. With this perspective, the previous concept of history as a mere listing of events in sequential order the successive reigns of kings and a record of their achievements was completely transformed. And the idea of salvation history was born. Every event on earth and in heaven was now seen as part of a vast drama moving to an inevitable climax. Okay, and he talks a lot about where the idea or different mentions of the devil. And I'm trying to see
Are
how
you
much of
reading
this
from
I
your
want
book or for somewhere
No,
else?
no, this is from River of God by Gregory
Oh, I
Riley.
already forgot. Damn it.
Yeah.
You said that earlier. I'm sorry.
Yeah, River of God by Gregory Riley here. Yeah, so he says the term devil is a development of English of the Greek word diabolos. Okay, the word designated the great adversary of God, the righteous. Diabolos was used to translate the Hebrew word Satan in the Septuagint, the Greek version of the Hebrew scriptures created in the 3rd century. Diabolos and its its related words denoted something or someone slanderous. Okay, Socrates declared that the reason he had been condemned at trial was slanders or diaboli that had been spoken against him for years. Plato's Apology, 37b. Um, 1,000 years later, the Quran would reduce the word slightly to Arabic name for devil, Iblis. Okay. Greek word did not have a devil in the Christian sense. While the Greek word could be morally ambiguous, none was wholly evil. Greeks was divine evil among the Greeks was filled by the concept of fate personified as 3 weavers weaving the tapestry of life's events. Okay, let me skip some. Okay, let me actually read some of this paragraph. It says the function of fate to destroy the innocent by means unknown or misunderstood by the actors was taken over by the devil. Christians were persecuted and killed. Oh, here, hold on. Actually, let me actually just read this fucking story here. It says fate's evil function. Okay, because fate has to do with this notion of salvation history, right? So he says fate's evil function and the ambiguity of the gods is illustrated in the case of the hero Hippolytus. In the early prime of life, full of promise, Hippolytus was a devotee of Artemis, goddess of the hunt, and a perpetual virgin. He thus was celibate and refused to give proper honor to Aphrodite, the goddess of love and sexuality. Aphrodite angered and caused his young stepmother, Phaedra, to fall madly in love with him. As if a harsher version of the biblical story of Potiphar's wife and Joseph, Hippolytus refused her advances. Phaedra, driven mad by shame and passion, turned to anger, hanged herself, but left a suicide note. I'm pretty sure we can say that now. That accused Hippolytus to his father.
Row.
Theseus of attempted grape. Whoa, they're going to throw them all in there.
Yeah, man.
There's
Wild stuff.
wild stories, folks. Theseus declared, "Fate, you have grounded me and my house to dust." Theseus called down divine anger on Hippolytus, invoking one of the three curses promised him by his own father, the god Poseidon. Against his will, Poseidon was forced to destroy the young man. Hippolytus was innocent, of course. But as the chorus observed, from what is doomed and fated, there is no escape. Even Artemis lamented to the dying youth, "Unhappy boy, you are linked to a cruel fate. The nobility of your soul has proved your ruin." Has proved your ruin. The function of fate to destroy the innocent by means of unknown or misunderstood by actors was taken over by the devil. Christians were persecuted and killed by those who thought that they were upholding the law and ridding the world of a pollution, just as Theseus thought he was destroying an incestuous grapist. Jesus in the Gospel of John predicted that, quote, "An hour is coming for everyone who kills you to think they are offering service to God," unquote. John 16:2. Fate was written in the stars and in the dark cosmos that was ruled by the devil. The stars were the evil one's servants, and the principalities and powers and the spiritual forces of wickedness in the heavenly places. Ephesians 6:12. So Jesus, the one who would come to destroy the devil, had to rewrite fate. He gave his followers a new destiny. In Paul's words, quote, "God has not destined us for wrath, but for obtaining salvation through our Lord Jesus Christ." 1 Thessalonians 5:9. Okay, now I think I'll read just part of this stories of the origin of the devil. But that's not really the focus here. So actually I might just skip some of that. He talks about Azazel, talks about the Watchers, he talks about Book of Enoch. Somebody mentioned ancient aliens. Talks about Beelzebub, the ruler of demons, Mark 3:22, the greatest competitor of God and of Israel, Baal, and the old Canaanite religion that was inherited by Israel. El and his wife Asherah had 70 sons, the god of the 70 nations of the earth. Chief among them was Baal, a name that was properly a title meaning Lord, since he was ranking son of El. The king of the gods, he was also the prince. In Ugaritic, Zebul, Zebul. Hence the name Baal Zebul, Baal Zebul, the Lord Prince, written in the New Testament as Beelzebub. Okay, and then they talk about how Yahweh fulfilled all of the functions of Baal, so they didn't need Baal anymore.
There might be some truth to that. I don't know. Haven't delved deep enough into it.
Yeah, I think going back this far, one could only speculate. So I think he's shooting himself in the foot by making like blanket statements and going 2,000 years back.
2,000 plus, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way he could even know. You know what I mean, right? But so he talks about the Watchers. He talks about Azazel. Azazel was a messenger of Satan. 1 Enoch 54:6. There's the serpent. Azazel also became identified with the serpent who deceived Adam and Eve in the apocalypse of Abraham, 23.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Um. Okay, I think. Okay, names for the devil. Okay, let me read this paragraph. This is a great paragraph. Intertestamental and later Jewish texts ascribe to the devil a variety of meanings. In Jubilees, the chief of the spirits, quote unquote, in Mastema, Hebrew, for the hateful one, quote unquote, literal animosity, 120. In Martyrdom of Isaiah, the leader of the hosts of evil is called Samael. In Hebrew, the blind god. Okay, that is literally Lovecraftian, right? Right, that's where Lovecraft gets it from, right? Blind idiot god, right? You guys ever hear about that one? Azatoth?
I've heard the name, yeah.
Yeah, Azatoth, the blind idiot god. And notice he's got Azazel as part of the name there, right?
Right.
Samael is a favorite name in the Gnostic text. He's also Malchira, the king of evil, and especially Beliar or Belial, useless in Hebrew. In a label that recalls his origin as a fallen angel, he is also angel of inquiry. In the Testament of 12 Patriarchs, he is prince of error. Testament of Simeon 2:7, and the prince of demons. Testament of Solomon 6:1 through 7. In a passage that recalls a verse in the New Testament epistle 1 Peter, the devil is a wild old lion, quote unquote. Joseph and Asenath 12:9. 1 Peter 5:8 reads, your adversary, the devil, prowls about like a roaring lion seeking someone to devour. In one remarkable passage, we find the great dragon, the serpent of old, who is called the devil and Satan. Revelations 12:9. The dragon clearly recalls Leviathan, the great, quote, dragon that is in the sea, unquote, Isaiah 27:1, Tiamat and Yam. Recall? While the serpent is also the serpent who deceived Eve by his craftiness. 2 Corinthians 11:3 and Genesis 3:1 through 15. Okay, now he brings it back. The concept of the adversary in Hebrew is found in two sentences in the Hebrew Bible, that of usually human of opponent, that of the Satan, the devil. The first sense, for example, Hadad, the Edomite, acts as Satan to Solomon. The Lord raised up an adversary against Solomon, Hadad the Edomite. 1 Kings 11:14. In such cases, the Satan is an opponent in politics or war or other earthly endeavor. In later biblical texts composed after the exile, however, the concept manifests the growing changes brought about the influence of dualism. The Satan becomes the devil. Okay, so he mentions Job. He's going all over the place. I'm going to skip a bunch of this and perhaps go to the next chapter here, because the next chapter is really why I'm here. Demons as servants of the devil, demons in the New Testament. The end of the world. Um My kingdom is not of this world. Okay. Now, let me actually go to a totally different part of the book. And look at this. About Pythagoras and Orphism. Two more little streams here, right? And then we may move on to look at Plato, because there enters Plato. Okay, after Orphic Pythagoreanism, right? So we're giving a little historical breakdown, right? From 2000 BC to the Jews, them incorporating the Persian ideas, okay, and Babylonian ideas and concepts, right? And how those concepts relate to Judaism, right? And the transformation of the concept of the devil in some of those Gnostic texts, right? That were highly dualistic, right? And heavily influenced by Zoroastrian texts as well. And obviously they were directly influenced by Orphic Pythagoreanism. Okay, so that's a little 2000 to 400 BC type of thing here. But yeah. Let me play some music and then we'll come back. Yeah, how about The American? Yeah, let's play that.
Explosions, a cargo ship explodes, setting fire to oil tanks and killing 567 people. A challenging period of history is marked by financial depression and universal war destroy the evil. And computer sabotages programmers' romance. Other MCs living in terror that cause demolition. The cycle of construction and destruction reflects the shifting values of any given era. Dynamite blasts out the natural resources that have built our modern world. The sounds of mystery around. A 6-year-old with mind power controls his entire town. The sun, I steal a shipment of guns. An empire unfurl. A woman's nightgown. In a dream, a factory owner replaces workers with machines clean. I send a facet of light into the dark after region. For the Dodgers to make the playoffs every year. Hey, stop over in a quiet town for no reason. 5 characters in search of an exit to the disappearance of the deceased. A late sight, an earthquake shaking California Zoo culminates in an employee's death from snake bite. Phantom Valley, water the hammerhead shark, Hawaii. Son, some Cherokee Indians come from North and South Carolina. I shatter your respectability. The conquest of all graduates in this facility. World War II POWs escaped the German camp. The Rainmaker death rides a horse and wasteful sun by a lamp. A dimension that is as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. After accidental electrocution, man's thoughts become artillery. Here come the people your gang attacked years before. Rifles pierce your core. The medieval tournament, jousting weapons and armor, chivalry, a kind never seen galore. The Apache came down from Canada along with their relatives, the Navajo. I rock on his show, a rock bottom. views the impossible. A man can change his face to assume other identities. A man is given a stopwatch that halts time with a firearm in a mind like Joseph P. Kennedy. During the Civil War, women form a gang to ride out for revenge. The bombing death of your news producer. 3 astronauts cannot recall their space flight. A nuclear submarine friend join others lost in war along the border. You rent a mansion for a summer and find it's haunted. Big light sleeper, atomic bomb from a tape recorder. A power failure causes panic. Chains become a powerful tool of war, sometimes altering the sight of battles. A gunman visits the grave of a man who vowed revenge. I blow out the candle. The American. I utilize over 100 different weapons. Regarding the super soldiers, their dead bodies lie decrepit. I deflect bullets to send enemies flying to give you a message. An airship crashes into the Pacific. Power plant Bruce Banner receives an electric jolt which enables him to see the future for a time gifted. A well-versed art thief stepped in. He must prevent mercenaries from using a destructive weapon. You die from yellow fever in question. Police suspect a man in a diner is a Martian invader with his arms flexing. A girl died mysteriously on the 3rd floor of a mansion. Ebola virus causes people to die, planning this ghostly reunion to expansion. Manipulate electronics, upgrade your synthetic eye to see through the walls. Use powerful new techniques so that you never fall. Enemies controlled by the all-new evil may destroy what's been taught, but photos and archival footage document recovery, the later discovery of the riverbank robot tank memoir. A haunted old playhouse, groundbreaking destruction, commandment of heavenly. Some Japanese continue fighting World War II till 1970. Up the stairs across the attic, down out of the window to hang outlaws. One can fight all Southpaw. 1912, the Titanic crash, bash at night. A red, white, and blue hydrogen bomb blast, brass. A picture of the sky. Some listen when you die today. Not a splinter in the mind's eye.
All right, where were we? Okay, so Pythagoreanism. Such ideas had a profound effect on one of the most important and enigmatic figures of the 6th century, Pythagoras. Okay, he's talking about the ideas of the Orphics. Okay, and he said Orphic poets understood the soul to be in the body, which served as a kind of prison, as a punishment for some crime committed before its incarnation. In the Orphic view, the souls existed before it entered the body and would exist after death. Okay, so that's where Plato's view seems to align with some of the Jewish thoughts later. Right. And so it's interesting. Such ideas had a profound effect on some of the most important enigmatic figures of the 6th century BCE. Pythagoras was born on the Greek island of Samos. In the middle of the century, he moved to southern Italy at about 530. He was both scientist and a religious teacher. We still use the famous geometric theorem that bears his name. He was founder of a movement known as Pythagoreanism, which strongly influenced Plato and later Greek philosophy. As in Orphism, this movement advocated a specific lifestyle that included initiations, vegetarianism, abstention from animal sacrifices. Perhaps its most distinctive teaching was that of reincarnation. Pythagoras, among his many other achievements, is said to have been able to remember his past lives. A roughly contemporary philosopher, Xenophanes, describes the following humorous incident. Once they say that he was passing by when a puppy was being whipped, and he took pity and said, "Stop, do not beat it, for it's the soul of a friend." that I recognized when I heard it crying out. Not only did the soul of Pythagoras go from body to body, so did the unfortunate friend. The point for Pythagorean eschatology was, of course, that the soul of his friend had failed the test of his previous life and was now being punished even further, both by descending incarnation from human to dog and by the whipping. The fate of the soul after death was a matter of deep concern for both the practitioners of Orphism and the Pythagoreans. A committed Pythagorean, in a poem commissioned by a patron who was clearly a committed Pythagorean, the poet Pindar writes, "The sins committed in the realm of Zeus are judged below the earth by one who pronounces sentence with hateful necessity. But in pressure of the honored gods, all who rejoiced in keeping their oaths share a life that knows no tears, while the others endure labor that none can look upon." Pindar, Olympian, 2.58 to 67. For Pindar, the soul was heavily being, was a heavenly being, temporarily incarnated in body of the earth. It would one day face a judgment after death. Orphic and Pythagorean teachings deeply influenced Plato, 429 to 347 BCE, perhaps the most important philosopher in the entire stream of tradition that contributed to the formation of Christianity. He inherited the Orphism and Pythagoreanism, the following ideas: that the heavenly and eternal soul was something separate from the perishable and earthly body, and that the soul existed both before and after its incarnation, and that it underwent some type of judgment after death that determined its future state, either in another incarnation or, if purified, in a journey back to its heavenly home. Back to its heavenly home. Hold on, folks. Sorry about that. Yeah, Plato had a friend, a disciple, Socrates. Had been a friend and disciple of Socrates, sorry. Okay. So obviously the main text that you can go to look at this idea is the Phaedo, if you guys aren't aware. Right, so let's move to Philo. Philo of Alexandria, a Jew wonderfully educated in Greek philosophy and contemporary of Jesus. In a commentary of the story of Abraham in the book of Genesis, Philo attempts to explain an apparent anomaly in the text. God tells Abraham after a long and successful life, he will die. And you will depart to your fathers, nourished with peace in a goodly old age. Genesis 15:15. What fathers? Philo asks, adding, this is worth inquiring. Who is the heir? 277. The problem is that at the end of his life, Abraham is living in Palestine, and all of his fathers, quote unquote, that is, his relatives and ancestors, lived in Mesopotamia, where he originated. How could he be buried with any of his relatives when they were in another country hundreds of miles to the north and east? This problem led Philo into one of his characteristic spiritual, quote unquote, interpretations of the literal text.
Bro.
Oh, yeah. He's going there. Fathers must mean 4 elements.
What?
There you go. The earth, water, air, and fire. How about that one? How's that for a loose interpretation? And by the way, he
I
doesn't know
mean,
Hebrew.
he doesn't, right? So it's not big of a stretch for him to make up something out of his rear end.
Fathers must mean the 4 elements, says Philo. So when Abraham dies, his body will be buried with these fathers, quote unquote. That is, will be dissolved back into the elements from which it was made. His soul, however, he states, whose nature is intellectual and celestial, will depart to find Father in ether, the purest of substances. For we may suppose that the men of old declared there's a 5th substance moving in a circle, differing by its superior quality from the 4. Out of this, they thought that the stars and the whole heaven had been made and deduced as a natural consequence that the human soul also was fragmented thereof. The men of old to whom Philo refers are Plato and Aristotle, not any one of Israel. Plato had written of 4 elements out of which the maker of the cosmos had formed all bodies into which they would all once again be dissolved. Aristotle had taught that the 4 lower elements moved in a straight line, while the heavenly 5th moved with a circular motion. Philo well understood, although probably unconsciously, how far the river of God had moved from the thought world of the writer of Genesis, and he applied this understanding drawn from Greek science and religion to bring the text up to date. Okay, now let's go to this last part. Jesus proclaimed a spiritual kingdom of God, a kingdom not of this world. John 18:36. What one discovers in the teaching is many ways a complete reversal of values of the old monistic cultures. It is hard to avoid the reference Jesus was contradicting the materialist and this world orientation of dominant religious and cultural norms of his day. In the Gospel of Mark, for example, James and John went to be vicegerents of Jesus in an earthly kingdom. Jesus responds by overturning their underlying values. The old cultures, even Israel, were ruled by kings and the great, but not so in the kingdom of God. Whoever wishes to become great among you must be your servant. Whoever wishes to become great among you must be your servant, and whoever wishes to be first among you must be slave of all. There could not be a greater contrast. King and slave were the absolute opposite ends of the social scale. It says all of its. He says the point that the material world was a kingdom of darkness, not what it seemed on the outside. All of its honors and blessings were not only transitory but subject to dissolution. Were deceptions that beguiled one into acceptance of a false set of values. The only reality and permanence was that of the spiritual world and of the divine, the real origin and destiny of the soul. Paul understood this well. He had given up his position in the world to become a follower who would not turn back. He was not ashamed of the cross or its message. He would not be stopped by persecution. He recognized the value of the soul over and against the body. We have this treasure. We have this treasure in clay jars, 2 Corinthians 4:7. He knew well that the persecution and suffering were to be expected in the world of darkness, and that everything that was visible in the world of things was transitory. He told in Corinthians, even though our outer nature is wasting away, our inner nature is being renewed day by day. For this slight momentary affliction is preparing us for an eternal weight of glory beyond all measure, because we look not at what is seen, but what cannot be seen. For what can be seen as temporary, but what cannot be seen as eternal. Cannot be seen as eternal. And yeah, I think that's about all I wanted to read from this. I'm gonna move on to Plato now. And this is all, I mean, much of it is really a very intriguing extension of what I've been covering on the show recently.
Yep.
So it's kind of like sources for the show. I mean, and of course, we'll end with Nietzsche and Julius Evola. Let me see if I can actually see if I could find a video. That may just play some of this. And we can just analyze it from there because it gets pretty interesting. But yeah, I want to see if I could get into some more of this. But actually, you know what? I may continue some of this on a second version of the show or something like that. Because this is all very, very important, especially Pliny and Cyrus and these notions of Zoroaster and creation being defiled and the messianism of the Jews. So it gets very, very interesting. And you know what I'm thinking of doing is either reading or breaking down this entire book at some point because this book goes through so much interesting information about the history of these things and how different groups seem to have supporting beliefs and ideas. You know, that seems to sort of proliferate over time. But but yeah, so I mean, I laid down the foundations: Jews, Orphic Pythagoreanism, Philo of Alexandria, so now I'm going to move to Plato and his views on democracy, and then we'll move to Johnny Locke, and his views on democracy. Apparently, I mean, so yeah, and of course I'll play a lot of music today. Yeah, I was laughing and telling my mom earlier that my dad told my grandpa one day that he wanted to go and watch fireworks. And my grandpa looks at him and goes, "Man, you always want to do some kid shit." He goes, "What are you, a little kid?" I mean, I remember my dad sat outside and he watched them alone. Shit was pretty funny.
As long as you're not blowing off your fingers.
Exactly. You know what I mean? But yeah, let's see what I got here. Some music for you guys. Hmm. Yeah, I'll just have to pick something if it takes too long for me to find something that I want to listen to at this point. But yeah, I kind of hate when that happens. Oh yeah, let's just do this one. Rage Against the Machine. Machine Rages. Oh, whoops. What happened to my background? Oh, whoops. Oh, wow. Okay, wow. Total StreamYard crash.
Darkness.
The background seemed fine to me. Ruh-roh. Technical difficulties. Hopefully he'll be back shortly. You know, the usual. Maybe I should read a excerpt out of TML's book or something. Usually it comes back quick though. Islam does not consider itself to be an independent revelation from Judaism and Christianity. Huh. What Mansour fails to mention is that the Quran is plainly states that Christianity and Judaism are considered to be perversions of an original message. Quote TML.
Yeah, is everybody scared of the panel? What is happening?
Everybody, partying, drinking beer, and blowing fire.
Bunch of softies. Might as well get your ice cream cone while you're at it.
Pull a Joe Biden, I guess.
Exactly. and Ebitard stole his title from Neurojack. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%.
What now?
This dude did a show called July. The same title as Neurojack. Good lord, man.
Sad trombone.
Sad trombone.
Really
much for being
grasping
original.
at straws where you can't even make up your own title.
I know. Like what? Yeah, so much for being original, folks. Yeah, we're just reading here. It's nothing big.
Tent and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
Facts. Fax machine
blessings.
to your brain.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we're gonna play some music here. We'll be back in a little minute. You know what I mean? I should go with something different here. You know, I'll figure it out. Oh, you know what? I've been wanting to hear this. Let me actually play this. Give me a second here, folks. Oh man, now I can't find it. Damn. I put all my motherfucking files, folks. Son of a bitch.
File mishap.
Yeah, son of a biscuit eating bulldog. All right, let's just go with this. Fuck it. Oldie but a goodie.
Polyorbital junk invasion. Mass media board of directors, policy formers, espionage, interlocking, sublevel serpent, dumb out, scatter, fraudulent, pervert, wingmaster, treason, Anvil 120, the horny pointed dragon, march from deviant bearded Zaxxon, database GPU 28 permeator, amnesia, heavenly strip sleemer, megalopolis, cheap transponder beamer, weather modification ordinance to T3 coaxial transmission slush from corporate governance. The William Casey Cap City takeover, Reagan era protocol, decimate digi patent nano server farm, screw face and motor card, global positioning interference throughout the matrix, mother of all blasphemous, nebulous, rhythmless nation, pompous, spiny, arrogant, emotionless, gray-faced slave, pale zealot horseman, destroying guard belligerent. This is personal and business, while purple creatures lullaby your infants. Stop encouraging your own censorship by supporting a profit over your survival. Be responsible for repping your own independent movement. This is Black Niggas State of the Union. Fuck we word retaliation against American neocon who use media as a weapon on its own population. While half the world starving, suppressing this iridium Hubble spaceship with a rogue general named Electric, with financial interests in fusional nuclear weapons, will broadcast the launch of fake holy war while you watch Kobe score 40 during the playoffs of Armageddon. Alpha Bravo Zulu time, keep America online guessing. Hand back my style and essence. What the fuck are you even thinking? Cabbage Patch, Kentucky Fried Wicked, Edomite chicken. Don't worry, mommy, Nintendo served as the covert secret training. So while little Joey became a collateral damage Sandtrooper agent, deep in the killing fields with Wacom as the only source of entertainment. The same little techno Autobots you watch crush each other for harmless enjoyment. And soon time will be on remote control protest crowd deployment. Titanium elbow jointed, cracking your primitive cerebral cortex. Got you uncertain channel surfing. Who's behind the control surface in certain bloody escalation tampaks? The true nature of the threat. Viciously rip free speech out the throat by clarinets. To keep Halliburton call out group profit in the dark. So every nuclear winter the Bin Laden and George exchange Christmas cards. Why do you think Saddam most trusted warring regiments called the Republican Guard?
Demons fight demons on Beast Vision. Tonight at 5 after the presidential speech. Biblical Babylon fixation on dinosaurs, demigods, and winged creatures. Secret material DNA and all land walking mammals. The mind whose energy developing cheap pressure. Bone compression process step by step. Sitting low in a microcosmic orbit. Internal exercise of the eye sockets. Receiving transmissions of mathematical substance. Proof the projecting dining in your living room is flat. Neo-national geographic man. Hanna-Barbera aftershock of the master plan. Blueprint of the matrix. Perspective already mastered man. Destined to destroy itself. Taking into info worship where Satan steals your soul from behind a TV screen. Entering accessories for $19.95 plus shipping and handling. Trapped in the square spectrum of light by Superman's father. Flipping toward the biosphere of the earth atmosphere to the glass shatter. Antimatter. Deflecting asteroids from the planet using my photonic force shield. Animal bypass surgery. Helium 6 chip perfected isolated unification. First century television broadcast Christ execution across the Roman Empire. 666 Roman numerology engraved in the Pope's crown. 30 minutes of watching the false light reduce stimulation of brain activity.
All God. Please vision.
Resistance is impossible. You said
Jesus Christ is the only thing that can remove the stench of sin from your soul. The blood of Jesus Christ is the only thing that can stop the death angel from invading your family.
Socrates, do you know I said that governments vary as the dispositions of men vary, and that there must be as many of the one as there are of the other? For we cannot suppose that states are made of oak and rock, and not out of the human natures which are in them, and which in a figure turn the scale and draw other things after them. Yes, he said, the states are as men are. They grow out of human characters. Then if constitutions of states are 5, the dispositions of individual minds will also be 5, certainly, says Glaucon. Him who answers to aristocracy, says Socrates, and whom we rightly call the just and good, we have already described in Book 7, the theory of the philosophy king, of the philosopher king. We have, says Glaucon. Socrates then says, then let us now proceed to describe the inferior sort of natures, being the contentious and ambitious, who answer to the Spartan polity, also the oligarchic, democratic, and the tyrannical. Let us place the most just by side of the most just, and then we shall be able to compare the relative happiness or unhappiness of him who leads a life of pure justice or pure injustice. The inquiry will then be completed, and we shall know whether we ought to pursue injustice, as Thrasymachus advises, or in accordance with conclusions of the argument, to prefer justice. Certainly, he replied, we must do as you say, says Glaucon. So Socrates says, shall we follow our old plan then, which we adopted with a view to clearness, of taking the state first and then proceeding to the individual, and beginning with the government of honor? I know of no name for such a government other than timocracy, or perhaps timarchy. We will compare with this the like character in the individual. After that, consider the oligarchic man, and then again we will turn our attention to democracy and the democratic man. Lastly, we will go to the view of the city of tyranny, and once more take a look into the tyrant soul, and try to give a satisfactory decision. The way of viewing and judging the matter will be very suitable. On timarchy. First, then, I said, let us inquire how timarchy, the government of honor, arises out of aristocracy, the government of the best. Clearly, all political changes originate in division of actual governing power. A government which is united, however small, cannot be moved. In what way, then, will our city be moved, and in a matter two classes of auxiliaries and rulers disagree among themselves, or with one another? Shall we, after the manner of Homer, pray the muses tell us how discord first arose? Shall we imagine them in solemn mockery to play and jest with us, if we were children, and to address us in lofty, tragic vein, making believe to be earnest? How would the muses address us? After this manner, a city which is thus constituted can hardly be shaken, but seeing that everything which has a beginning has also an end, a constitution such as yours will not last forever, but will in time be dissolved, and this is the dissolution. In plants that grow on earth, as well as in animals that move earth's surface, fertility and sterility of soul and body occur when the circumference of the circles of each are completed, which in short-lived existences pass over a short space, and in long-lived existences over a long space. But to the knowledge of human fecundity and sterility, all the wisdom and education of your rulers will not attain. The laws which regulate them will not be discovered by an intelligence which is alloyed with sense, but will escape them. And they will bring children into the world that they ought not. So the first flaw is that these people don't practice eugenics, right? They allow births of people that ought not to be born. As he says, lesser men, right? Right. He says, for when your guardians are ignorant of the law of births, right, and unite bride and bridegroom out of season, the children will not be goodly or fortunate. And though only the best of them will be appointed by their predecessors, still they will be unworthy to hold their father's places. When they come into power as guardians, they will soon be found to neglect us, the muses first undervaluing music. Which neglect will soon extend to gymnastic. Okay, so first they'll lose their training of the passions. It brings them into semblance with a higher sense of culture and the arts. And then they'll lose, and their bodies will decay. Right, and you could see how this happens, and you know what I mean, right? When people, instead of prizing virtue, they start to prize virtue's results. Right. And I think, well, if we could just duplicate the results, we'll have virtue. That's not how it works. Right? So they lose touch with music, they lose touch with gymnastics, right? So it's mental and physical faculties, faculties of the soul and faculties of the body, right? Hence, the young men of your state will be less cultivated, he says. In the succeeding generation, rulers will be appointed who have lost the guardian power of testing the metal of your different races, which, like Hesiod's, are of gold and silver and brass and iron. It's like sort of caste system, right? Say gold and then silver and then brass, and then the iron people are like the worker bees, right? And so iron will be mingled with silver, brass with gold, and hence there will arise dissimilarity and inequality and irregularity, which always and in all places causes hatred and war. This we muses affirm to be stock from which discord has sprung, wherever arising. So see, the first thing that fucks everybody up is inequality of conditions, right? Because it mixes people of high birth up with people of low birth, and then it causes people to envy each other, and it causes hatred and division, according to Plato. Of course, the founding fathers had a similar notion about the tyranny of the majority, and about using the state as a filtering mechanism, right, to produce the highest types of individual, right?
That's why they wanted a republic, or
Oh, yeah.
established a republic, not a democracy.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference.
Yeah, they were taking the
most
Roman.
people today, the irony is most people today celebrating the 4th of July don't understand that.
Oh yeah, they don't understand
Really sad.
the democratic polis of Athens, right? The Democratic Union and the polis of Washington, D.C., with the republic of the entire state, which is based on the Roman system. So you have both the Greek and the Roman systems there. And of course, Cicero called the republic the republic. He was educating Romans. And of course, the Greeks rejected Plato and Socrates. Yep. And we can get into that later. I'm thinking of doing a whole study on the Republic and reading Aristophanes' Clouds, and then reading the Republic, and then reading the Apology, or doing something like that. There's hundreds of ideas for shows, folks. Hundreds of ideas. Yeah, this Nietzsche to Evola thing, that could be its own damn series, honestly.
For sure.
Do like Nietzsche versus Evola. People have done it on YouTube. So anyways, so he says, yes, and we may assume that they answer truly. Why, yes, says Socrates. In response to Glaucon, they answer truly. How can the muses speak falsely? And what do the muses say next? Socrates asks. Glaucon asks Socrates, and Socrates responds. He says, when discord arose, the two races were drawn different ways. The iron and brass fell into acquiring money and land and houses and gold and silver. But the gold and silver races, not wanting money but having true riches in their own nature, inclined towards virtue and the ancient order of things. There was a battle between them, and at last they agreed to distribute their landed houses among individual owners. They enslaved their friends and maintainers, whom they had formerly protected in the condition of freemen, and made them subjects and servants, and they themselves were engaged in war and keeping keeping a watch against them, I believe. We have rightly conceived the origin of the change, says Glaucon. And the new government, says Socrates, which arises will be of a form intermediate between oligarchy and aristocracy. Such will be the change. And after the change has been made, how will they proceed? Clearly, the new state, being in a mean between oligarchy and the perfect state, will partly follow one and partly follow the other. Will also have some peculiarities. In the honor given to rulers, in the abstinence of the warrior class from agriculture, handicrafts, and trade in general, and in the institutions of common meals, and in the attention paid to gymnastics and military training, in all these respects, the state will resemble the former aristocratic one. On the other hand, it will be afraid to appoint philosophers as rulers, on the grounds that they are no longer simple and enthusiastic, but are more complex, and it will incline towards spirited and simpler people, who are more naturally suited for war and peace. I'm sorry, suited for war than peace. Okay, so the love of honor draws people towards war, right? Where the goal is not, right, putting the best type of people in charge. But in seeking out glory and honor and wealth, it will value the tricks and stratagems of war and spend all its time making war. Are most of those qualities peculiar to it? Yes, I said, men of this stamp will be desirous of money, like those who live in oligarchies. They will have a fierce secret longing after gold and silver, and they will hoard in dark places, having warehouses and treasures of their own for the deposit of concealment of them. Also castles, which are just nests for their eggs, and in which they will spend large sums on their wives and on any others whom they please. And they are miserly because they have no means of openly acquiring money which they prize. They will spend that which is another man's on the gratification of their desires, stealing their pleasures and running away like children from the law of their father. They have been schooled not by gentle influences, but by force. For they have neglected her who is the true muse, the companion of reason and philosophy, and have honored gymnastic more than music. Because obviously he thinks the thing that brings the passions in line with the higher sensibilities of reason and philosophy should be in charge of the gymnastic. Right? Just like the soul should be in charge of the body, right?
Would the muse be a reference to wisdom? Am I hearing that right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's like the inspiration. It's the thing that inspires you to art, music, philosophy, reason.
Right, the muses, yeah.
You know, and then and basically since they abandoned that, they value gymnastics over music. And of course, they make war for money, which is brings them honor. See, that's what I said. They like the effects of virtue instead of virtue itself. Because virtue brings home the goodies. So I said, all we need is the goodies. We don't need to be good. Um. So Glaucon says, undoubtedly, the form of government which you describe is a mixture of good and evil. Socrates says there is a mixture, but one thing and one thing only is predominant. It was predominantly seen the spirit of contention and ambition. And these are due to the prevalence of the passionate or spirited element. Such is the origin of the character of this state. So he thinks that the passionate or spirited element, of thumos, is responsible for the destruction. You're putting thumos in front of logos. You're putting passion in front of reason. Such is the origin and character of this state, which has been described and outlined only. The more perfect execution was not required, for a sketch is enough to show the type of the most perfectly just and most perfectly unjust. To go through all states and all characters of men, omitting none of them, would be an interminable labor. Adamantus says, I think in the spirit of contention which characterizes him, he is not unlike our friend Glaucon. So each of the characters in the Republic actually represent the different parts of the soul. So it's an extremely layered work. Socrates says, perhaps I said he may be like him in that one point, but there are other aspects in which he is very different. Adamantus says, in what respects? Socrates says, he should have more self-assertion and be less cultivated, and yet a friend of culture. He should be a good listener, but no speaker. Such a person is apt to be rough with slaves, unlike the educated man, who is too proud for that. He will also be courteous to free men, and remarkably obedient to authority. Okay, he is a lover of power, he says. A lover of power. A lover of honor, claiming to be ruler not because he is eloquent or on any ground, but because he is a soldier and performed the feats of arms. He is also a lover of gymnastic exercises and of the chase. Such a one will despise riches only when he is young. And he gets older, he will be more and more attracted to them because he has a piece of the avaricious nature in him and is not single-minded towards virtue, having lost his best guardian. Who was that? Said Adamantus. Philosophy, said Socrates, tempered with music, who comes and takes her abode in a man, and is the only savior of his virtue throughout life. His origin is as follows. He is often a young son of a grave father, who dwells in an ill-governed city, which he declines the honors and offices, and will not go to law or exert himself in any way, but is ready to waive his rights in order that he may escape trouble. The character of the son begins to develop when he hears his mother complaining that her husband has no place in government, of which the consequences is that she has no precedence among other women. Further, when she sees that her husband not very eager about money and instead of battling and railing in the law courts or assembly, taking whatever happens to him quietly, when she observes that his thoughts always center in himself, when he treats her with very considerable indifference, she is annoyed and says to her son that his father is only half a man and far too easygoing. Adding all the other complaints about her own ill treatment, which women are so fond of rehearsing. So notice the cuckery. And I said the old servants also, who are supposed to be attached to the family, from time to time talk privately in the same strain to the son. And if they see anyone who owes money to his father, or is wronging him in any way, and he fails to prosecute them, they tell the youth that when he grows up, he must retaliate upon people of this sort and be more of a man than his father. He has only to walk around, is only to walk abroad, and he hears and sees the same sort of thing. Those who do their own business in the city are called simpletons and held in no esteem, while the busybodies are honored and applauded. The result is that the young man, hearing and seeing all these things, hearing too the words of his father, and having a nearer view of his way of life, and making comparisons of him and others, is drawn opposite ways. While his father is watering and nourishing the rational principle of his soul, the others are encouraging the passionate and appetitive. He, being not originally of a bad nature, but having kept bad company, is at last brought to their joint influence to a middle point, and gives up the kingdom which is within him to the middle principle of contentiousness and passion, and becomes arrogant and ambitious. Becomes arrogant and ambitious. So what develops from that is the oligarch, right? The guy who values money, right? Oligarchy. A government resting on valuation of property in which the rich have power and the poor man is deprived of it. Yeah, when I picked this up, I was like, man, this is really fucking long. Am I really going to read all this? Then I was like, fuck it. It's a good resource to have for later. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Even for myself, fuck it. To pick up this book, I just listen to this video. Summarize lots of concepts and ideas. Even for myself. I'm taking notes here. Don't mind us. And of course, we're doing a long stream tomorrow. We're continuing on a road of many different subjects that I'm bringing forward. We're now on the 16th century, and I'll be bringing forth lots of different ideas. I got tons of writings that I'm going to present at this point. I've done huge monologues, presentations, readings. We've looked at several videos as well. Of course, the video thing is not really what we do, other than playing like little music and stuff. We play a little music here and there. We don't really focus on music that much. But we do focus on ideas a lot. That's mostly what the show is about. But yeah, we don't really focus on a lot of videos. We don't really react to a lot of videos. We have special shows where we react to content made by others. Especially on this channel, Cyber Caliphate. This show will be on the Cyber Caliphate channel. So consider that. But yeah, thank you for being here. Here's a little song.
Yeah, nigga, NY to Philly. What y'all niggas feel like? Drama? Cool G and Connor. That's the case, nigga. You know the dawn on with 16 and out the harm for this big green. The whips and the carriage, more like the Knicks and the Mavericks. Slipping the fabrics, pull up to some bitch shit, the tennis shit, hitting the hazards. Spot a bitch with that Chris habit. Gotta have it, fuck shorty and send an OT with a brick in the baggage. Roll with a club jack, slip with a rabbit. Chick only lick dick status to get cabbage. She can lab it to the dick Baptist. You back on the map, G and Connor with a vengeance. It's drama to the finish, with the llama to your appendix. The squeeze and the slug, gunpowder season your blood. I'm a legend, breathing the reason you thug, nigga. It's where the buck stops. Fuck props, fuck shots to the top. Money, what the fuck you forgot? Thought I was done, I wasn't touching the block. Still real, busting the clock. Put it where you can see it. What up now?
Y'all believe lies like y'all was Catholics. I rap in Arabic, so my message is just immaculate. My rap elaborate. Drink a 40 and blaze a sack to it. My aim is accurate. Take your brain and blow out the back of it. I'm salty, miserable cat that slap shorties. Looks kinda resemble that, a fat Paulie. I don't even clap, young boy, clap for me. Chain hang down on my dick. I'm that naughty. I don't even fuck with you, cat. You rap poorly. I don't even bucket you, cat. You that corny. With a whack on me. We bargain at you. If any pass hold a hammer like a carpenter do. You should understand that I ain't really fucking around. And if you don't, you're gonna find your body stuck in the ground. We bucking them down, cause that's how wrong my life is. Y'all don't understand how fucking strong my wife is. I'm from a time where every song was righteous. Before that was just a swarm of white kids. And y'all are witness to the dawn I hypeness. Or just another victim to the pawns and shysters. I feed your corpse to a swarm of vipers. Let them suck the blood till your form is lifeless. What? Fucking Vinny Paz, daddy. Jedi mind tricks, yeah. Stronger than ever.
What?
You fucking crumbs.
Holla back.
Um, okay. We proceed here. Um, yeah, that's all right, TA. I'll read you the answers to your questions. So click that link. I may be able to explain it better in person than I would in a message, but also I wrote a message out, so let's just read it to you as well. Yeah, it's whatever you want to do, mate. There's no pressure to come on the show. It's only 10 people watching. It's not a big deal. Quiet night. Um, so he's describing how the change from the love of honor to the love of wealth arises. Right? And then it's the rule of the many desires. Rule of the many. The desires. Right? So it says the accumulation of gold in the treasury of private individuals is the ruin of democracy. They invent illegal modes of expenditure. For what do they or their wives care about the law? And then one seeing another grow rich seeks to rival him, and thus the great mass of citizens become lovers of money. And so they grow richer and richer the more they think of making a fortune, the less they think of virtue. When riches and virtue are placed together in a scales of balance, then one rises and the other falls. And in proportion as riches and rich men are honored in the state, virtue and the virtuous are dishonored. And what is honored is cultivated, and that which has no honor is neglected. And so at last, instead of loving contention and glory, men become lovers of trade and money. They honor and look up to the rich man. And make a ruler of him, and dishonor the poor man. They next proceed to make a law which fixes a sum of money as qualification of citizenship. The sum is higher in one place and lower in another, and the oligarchy is more or less exclusive. They allow no one whose property falls below the amount fixed to have any share in the government. These changes in the Constitution they effect by force of arms if intimidation has not already done their work. Consider the nature of the qualification. Just think what would happen if ship pilots were to be chosen according to their property, and a poor man were refused permission to steer, even though he were a better pilot. Okay, so he says the inevitable division. Such a state is not one but two states, the one of poor and the other of rich men, and they are living on the same spot and always conspiring against one another. Another discreditable feature is that for a like reason they are incapable of carrying on any war. So okay, so the loss of seeking after wealth, nobody loves honor anymore, right? So nobody wants to engage in war, right? So you could tell what's going to happen next, right? They're going to lose a lot of money because the thing that got them money was the war, right? Now they just like money. They focus on getting money, right? And what about the thing that made them good warriors, the virtue? That gets neglected most of all, right, in this scenario. So they don't like carrying on war anymore, right? Either they arm the multitude and then they are more afraid of them than of the enemy, or if they do not call them out of the hour of battle, they are oligarchs indeed, few to fight as they are few to rule, and at the same time their fondness for money makes them unwilling to pay taxes. And as we said before, under such a constitution, the same person have too many callings. They are farmers, tradesmen, warriors, all in one. There is still another evil, which is perhaps the greatest of all, to which the state first begins to be liable. A man may sell all that he has, and another may acquire his property. Yet after the sale, he may dwell in the city, of which he is no longer a part, being neither trader nor artisan, nor horseman, nor soldier, but only a poor, helpless creature. Oligarchies have both the extremes of great wealth and utter poverty. But think again. In his wealthy days, while he was spending his money, was a man of this sort a whit more good to the state for the purposes of citizenship? Or did he only seem to be another member of the ruling body, although in truth he was neither ruler nor subject, but just a spendthrift? As you say, says Glaucon, he seemed to be a ruler, but he was only a spendthrift. Now he introduces a key term. He says, may we not say that this is the drone? The drone in the house who is like a drone in a honeycomb. And that one is a plague of the city and the other is of the hive. And God has made the flying drones, Adamantus, all without stings, whereas of the walking drones he has made some without stings, but others have dreadful stings. Of the stingless class are those who are in their old age and end as paupers. Of the stingers come all the criminal class, as they are termed. Clearly, then, whenever you see paupers in a state somewhere in that neighborhood, they are hidden away thieves and cut purses and robbers of temples and all sorts of malefactors. And may we also be so bold as to affirm that there are so many criminals to be found in them, rogues who have stings, and whom the authorities are careful to restrain by force. The existence of such persons is to be attributed to want of education, ill training, and an evil constitution of the state. Such then is a true form of such of the evils of oligarchy. Then oligarchy, or the form of government, in which the rulers are elected for their wealth, may now be dismissed. Let us proceed to consider the nature and origin of the individual who answers to this state. A time arrives when the representative of democracy has a son. At first, he begins by emulating his father and walking in his footsteps, but presently he sees him of sudden foundering against the state as upon a sunken reef, and he and all that he has is lost. He may have been a general or some other high officer who was brought to trial under a prejudice raised by informers. and either put to death or exiled or deprived of privileges of a citizen and all his property taken away from him. And the son has seen and known all this. Right? I say, oh, so this is what the love of honor gets you, huh? You get played. Same people who gave you honor can take it away. Whoops. Right? He sees this guy. He's a ruined man. Right? And the son says, his fear has taught him to knock ambition and passion head foremost from his bosom's throne. Humbled by poverty, he takes to money making, and by mean and miserly savings and hard work gets a fortune together. Is not such a one likely to seat the desirous and covetous element on the vacant throne in his soul, and to suffer it to play the great king within him, dressed with the tiara and the chain and the scimitar? And when he has made reason and spirit sit down on the ground obediently, on either side of their sovereign, taught them to know their place, he compels the one to think only of how lesser sums may be turned into larger ones. And he will not allow the other to worship and admire anything but riches and rich men, or to be ambitious of anything so much as the acquisition of wealth and the means of acquiring it. Of all changes, he said, there is none so speedy or so sure as the conversion of the ambitious youth into the avaricious one. Okay, first then they resemble one another in the value they set upon wealth. Also, by being a thrifty worker, the individual only satisfies his necessary appetites and confines his expenditure to them. His other desires he subdues. Okay, so they're still suppressing desires here, right? So in oligarchy, they want to suppress desires so they can get money. So it's still not the rule of the desires. Of course, the lowest aspect of rule, the rule of the many, right? Because the desires are many, right? So if individualism rules, right, and everybody's out for themselves to get money, not to secure wealth, okay, because they think that wealth is an effect of honor, or because in the previous example, it was honor that was taken away before the wealth was taken away. Uh-oh, look at this. Some weird
Spaghettio.
Some weird spaghettio. It actually says blind God in here. Holy smokes. I just saw the words blind God in here. Is that a reference to Samael by the translators? Woof. Things are getting a little hairy. Got some Gnostic informants up in here. Using the term Samael.
Like crouching Gnostic informant hidden Tobiah singer.
That was a good one. I like that one.
It's like, why is he so purple?
Yeah, you should see him drinking wine on his stream where he's got like a glass of wine and he's drinking it, and man, he like his teeth are sharp and he's drinking wine, and I'm like, man, is that really wine? Kind of looks like fucking blood right there, man. Straight up.
Be like some reptilian shapeshifter business.
Ooh, baby.
Don't know if that really applied, but
It was good enough.
Oh, look, it's the crisis actor.
PC. Whoa, what? Tikkun Olam, I think it says.
Yeah, probably. I just held down Alt and just pressed 9 like a million times and see what I got.
Yeah, so this is crazy. So check this out, guys. Wait, did I skip a? Oh no, wait, no, I didn't. Okay. So he says that. So this guy's not. So he subdues some of his desires. He's a shabby fellow who saves something out of everything and makes a purse for himself. Right, so he's into saving money. There's sort of a man whom the vulgar applaud. Is he not a true image of the state which he represents? You see, he is not a man of cultivation, says Socrates. Had he been educated, he would never have made a blind god director of his chorus or given him chief honor. Says Adamantus. Ooh, blind god, you say? What you talk about, Willis? How did I move to a totally different text? And they said blind god. My lord.
Talking about practice.
Talking about practice. Talking about practice.
Did that just say hell Satan?
No, they said hail science.
Oh, sorry, I must have misheard that. That was a joke there. No, I really did.
What's the difference?
No, like literally
voices.
subconsciously, I was like, put my son to bed, tell him to go to bed, and I just heard it in the background because I got my headphones in. I thought it said hell Satan. I didn't even hear science.
We've yapped on for too long. I'm just gonna play another song here, and then I will move on with the oligarchy to democracy. And yeah, man. It's a freaking what do you call it, man? 420, man. No, not 420. July 4th. Shit.
He said 420.
I don't know. It's always like some type of holiday. You know what I mean?
It's 420 somewhere, right?
420 somewhere. About to be 420. I'll be here. Yeah, I got a special video, man, that I made for Julius Evola and America. America. Okay, let's play this, man. What is this? We Are?
지어 가져가면 우리가 모두가 우리야. 그런데 우리는 뭐하나 Don't come back to this while we are
So just like in the state of the oligarchy, there's two rules, one for the poor and one for the rich. So in the oligarchical man, it's split between two different things. Right? Whether he wants to suppress his desires and enjoy the fruits of his trying to gain wealth, right? Or seek wealth, right? So he's divided between the lowly desires and, the higher, sort of temperance that will lead to more wealth getting, all right? And of course, he realizes this higher sort of temperance in the man of honor, right? Because he no longer understands the rule of reason and philosophy, right? He's just totally out of that, right? So he says, owing to this want of cultivation, there will be found in him drone-like desires, as of a pauper and a rogue, which are forcibly kept down by his general habit of life. You should see him where he has some great opportunity of acting dishonestly, as in the guardianship of an orphan. It will be clear enough then that in his ordinary dealings, which give him reputation for honesty, he coerces his bad passions by an enforced virtue, not making them see that they are wrong or taming them by reason, but by necessity and fear constraining them, and because he trembles for his possessions. And you will find that natural desires of the drone commonly exist in him all the same whenever he has to spend that of his own. The man then will be at war with himself. He will be two men, not one. But in general, his better desires will be found to prevail among his inferior ones. For these reasons, such a man will be more respectable than most. Yet the true virtue of a unanimous and harmonious soul will flee far away and never come near him. And surely the miser individually will be an ignoble competitor in the state for any prize of victory or other object of honorable ambition. He will not spend his money in contest for glory, so afraid is he of awakening his expensive appetites and inviting them to help and join in the struggle. In true oligarchic fashion, he fights with a small part only of his resources, and the result commonly is that he loses the prize and saves his money. On democracy. Next comes democracy. Of this, the origin and nature we have still to be considered by us. Then we'll inquire into the ways in which the democratic man bring him up for judgment. Well, I said, how does the change from oligarchy into democracy arise? Is it not in the following way? The good at which such a state alms is to become as rich as possible, a desire which is insatiable, he says. The rulers, being aware that their powers rest upon wealth, refuse to curtail by law the extravagance of spendthrift youth, because they gain by their ruin. They take interest from them and buy up the estates, and thus increase their own wealth and importance. There can be no doubt that the love of wealth and the spirit of moderation cannot exist together in citizens of the same state to any considerable extent. Okay, so these two words, one rules over the other, right? Desires win. Right? You can't compete between exorbitant wealth and scarcity of resources. And you know, love of wealth and spirit of moderation cannot exist together in the citizens of the same state to any considerable extent. And in the oligarchic states, from the general spread of carelessness and extravagance, men of good family have been reduced to beggary. And in oligarchic states, whoops. Yeah, I just read that. And still they remain in the city. There they are, ready to sting and fully armed, and some of them owe money, some have forfeited their citizenship. A third class are in both predicaments, and they all hate and conspire against those who have got their property and against everybody else and are eager for revolution. On the other hand, the men of business, stooping as they walk and pretending not even to see those whom they have already ruined, insert their sting, that is their money, into someone else who is not on his guard against them, and recover the parent sum many times over multiplied into a family and children. And so they make drone and pauper to abound in the state. The evil blazes up like a fire, and they will not extinguish it either by restricting a man's use of his own property or by another remedy, one of which is the next best and has the advantage of compelling the citizens to look to their characters. Let there be general rule that every one shall enter into voluntary contracts at his own risk. There will be less of this scandalous money making, and the evils of which we are speaking will be greatly lessened in the state. At present, the rulers, induced by the motives which I have named, treat their subjects badly. The rulers and their adherents, especially the young men of the governing class, are habituated to lead a life of luxury and idleness, both of body and mind. They do nothing and are incapable of resisting either pleasure or pain. Okay, so there it is. Pleasure and pain, the two sovereign masters. They themselves care only.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
was gonna say.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. It sounds like the Cenobites to me.
Oh yeah. Definitely. Cenobites. They're indifferent to the cultivation of virtue. They're only for making money, he says. Their only care is making money. Such is the state of affairs which prevails among them. And often rulers and their subjects may come in one another's way, whether on a pilgrimage or a march, fellow soldiers or fellow sailors. Yes, and they may observe the behavior of each other in the very moment of danger. For where danger is, there is no fear, and the poor will be despised by the rich, and very likely the wiry, sunburned, poor man may be placed in battle at the side of a wealthy one who has fair complexion and has plenty of excess flesh. When he sees such a one huffing and puffing at his wits' end, how can he avoid drawing the conclusion that men like him are only rich because no one has the courage to pillage them? And when the poor meet in private, will not they be saying to one another, "These men are ours for the taking. They're good for nothing." And as in the body, which is diseased, the addition of a touch from without may bring on illness. And sometimes even when there is no external provocation, a commotion may arise within. In the same way, wherever there is weakness in the state, there is also likely to be illness. which the occasions may be very slight, and the one party introducing from without their oligarchic, the other their democratic allies, the state falls sick and is at war with herself. And it may be at times distracted, even when there is no external cause. And then democracy comes into being. After the poor have conquered their opponents, the rich, slaughtering some and banishing some, and to the remainder they give an equal share of freedom and power. This is the form of government in which the office holders are commonly elected by lot. And now, what is their manner of life, and what sort of government have they? In the first place, are they not free? And is not the city full of freedom and frankness? A man may say, do what he likes. And where the freedom is, the individual is clearly able to order for himself his own life as he pleases. Then in this kind of state, there will be a greatest variety of human natures. This then seems likely to be the fairest of states, being an embroidered robe which is spangled with every sort of flower. And just as women and children think a variety of colors to be all the most charming, so there are many men whom the state, which is spangled with the manners and characters of mankind, will appear to be the fairest of states. Because of liberty which reigns there, they have a complete assortment of constitutions, and he who has a mind to establish a state, as we have been doing, must go to a democracy, as he would go to a bazaar, at which they sell them and pick out the one that suits them. Then, when he has made his choice, he may found his state. And there being no necessity, I said, for you to govern in this state, even if you have the capacity or to be governed, unless you like, or to go to war, or when the rest go to war, or to be at peace when the others are at peace. Unless you are so disposed, there being no necessity also, because some law forbids you to hold office or to be a judge, that you should not hold office or to be a judge if you have a fancy. Is not this a way of life which for a moment is supremely delightful? And is not their humanity to be condemned in some cases quite charming? Have you not observed how in a democracy many persons, although they have been sentenced to death or exile, just stay where they are and walk about the world? The gentleman parades like a hero and nobody sees or cares. See too, I said, the forgiving spirit of democracy, and the don't care about trifles, and the disregard which shows all of the fine principles which we solemnly laid down at the foundation of the city. And when we said that, except in the case of some rarely gifted nature, there'll be a good man who has not from his childhood been used to play amid things of beauty and make them a joy and a study. See how grandly does she trample all these fine notions of ours under her feet, never giving a thought to the pursuits which make a statesman, and promoting to honor anyone who professes to be people's friend. There and other kindred characteristics are proper to democracy, which is a charming form of government full of variety and disorder, and dispensing a sort of equality to equals and unequals alike. Consider now, I said, what manner of man the individual is, or rather consider, as in the case of the state, how it comes into being. So he's got an oligarchic father, right? Just like in the last case, right? Okay, and of course he's got to keep his desires in check, right? But he's constantly moved by pleasures, right? By the force of pleasures, which are of the spending and not of the getting sort, he says. Okay. So we have the rise of this type of man. Okay, so let me so essentially what happens is excess of freedom leads to excess of slavery. He's enslaved by his own desires. Just like the state is ruled by not getting the money, but spending the money. Would you like, for the sake of clearness, to distinguish which are necessary and which are unnecessary pleasures? He said, are not necessary pleasures those which we cannot get rid, which the satisfaction is a benefit to us? And they are rightly so, because we are framed by nature to desire both what is beneficial and what is necessary. And the desires to which a man may get rid of if he takes pains from his youth upwards, of which the presence, moreover, does no good, and in some cases the reverse of good, shall we not be right in saying that all these are unnecessary? Will not the desire of eating, that is, of course, simple food and condiments, insofar as they are required for health, strength, be of a necessary class? The pleasure of eating is necessary in two ways. It does us good, is essential for the continuation of life, but condiments are only necessary insofar as they are good for health. And the desire which goes beyond this, or more delicate food, or other luxuries, which might be got rid of, if controlled and trained in youth, is hurtful to the body and hurtful to the soul, and the pursuit of wisdom and virtue may rightly be called unnecessary. We may not say that these desires spend and the others make money, because they conduce to production and of the sexual pleasures and all other pleasures the same holds good. The drone of whom we spoke was he who has filled with pleasures and desires of this sort was a slave of unnecessary desires, whereas he who was subject to the necessary only was miserly and oligarchic. Again, let us see how the democratic man grows out of the oligarchic. The following, as I suspect, is commonly the process. When a young man who has been thought up, as we were now describing, in a vulgar and miserly way, has tasted drone's honey, and has come to associate with fiercely and crafty natures who are able to provide for him all sorts of refinements and varieties of pleasure, then, as you may imagine, the changes will begin of the oligarchic principle within him into the democratic. And as in the city, like was helping like. The change was effected by alliance from without, assisting the division of the citizens. So too the young man is changed by a class of desires coming from without to assist the desires within him, and which is alike again helping that which is akin and alike. And if there be any ally which aids the oligarchic principle within him, whether the influence of a father or kindred advising or rebuking him, then there arises in his soul a faction and an opposing faction, and he goes to war with himself. Then there are times which the democratic principle gives way to the oligarchic, and some of his desires die and others are banished. A spirit of reverence. So see, the process is reversible, he says. The spirit of reverence enters into a young man's soul and order is restored. And then again, after the old desires have been driven out, fresh ones spring up, which are akin to them because he and their father does not know how to educate them. Wax fierce and numerous. They draw him to old associates holding secret meeting with them, breed and multiply in him. At length, they seize upon a citadel of a young man's soul, and they perceive it to be void of all accomplishment and fair pursuits and true words, and make their abode in the minds of men who are dear to the gods, and are their best gardens and of their best guardians and sentinels. False and boastful conceits and phrases amount upwards and take their place, and so the young man returns to the country of the lotus eaters and takes up his dwelling there in the face of all men. If any help be sent by his friends in the oligarchic part of him, the aforesaid vain conceits shut the gate of the king's fastness. They will neither allow the embassy itself to enter private if private advisors offer the fatherly counsel of the aged, will they listen to them or receive them. There is battle, and they gain the day, and then modesty, which they call stillness, is ignominiously thrust into exile by them. And temperance, which they nickname unmanliness, is trampled in the mire and cast forth. They persuade men that moderation and orderly expenditure are vulgarity and meanness. And so, by the help of the rabble of evil appetites, they drive them out. And when they have emptied and swept clean the soul of him who is now in their power and who is being initiated by them in the great mysteries, the next thing, the great mysteries, whoa. little bit of Orphic flavor in there. The next thing is to bring back to their house insolence and anarchy and waste and impotence in bright array, having garlands on their heads and great company with them, hymning their praises and calling them by sweet names. Arrogance they term good breeding, and anarchy freedom, and waste magnificence, and imprudence courage. So the young man passes out of his original nature, which was trained in the school of necessity, into the freedom of libertinism, of useless and unnecessary pleasures. And this he lives on, spending his money and labor and time on unnecessary pleasures quite as much as on necessary ones. And if he be fortunate, is not too much disoriented in his wits. When years have elapsed and the heyday of passion is over, supposing that he then readmits into the city some part of the exiled virtues, does not wholly give himself up to their successors. In that case, he balances his pleasures and lives in a sort of equilibrium, putting the government of himself into the hands of the one which comes first and wins the turn. When he has had enough of that, then into the hands of another. He despises none of them, but encourages them all equally. Neither does he receive or let pass into the fortress any true word of advice. If anyone says to him, Some pleasures are satisfactions of good and noble desires, and others evil desires, and he ought to use honor and some chastise and master the others. Whenever this is repeated to him, he shakes his head and says, they're all alike, and that one is as good as another. Yes, I said, he lives from day to day, indulging the appetite of the hour. Sometimes he is lapped in drink and strains of the flute. Then he becomes a water drinker and tries to get thin. Then he takes a turn at gymnastics. Other times he's idling and neglecting everything. Then once more living a life of a philosopher. Often he is busy with politics and starts to his feet and says he does whatever comes into his head. And if he is emulous of anyone who is a warrior, off he is in that direction. Or of men of business, once more in that. His life has neither law nor order. And this distracted existence he terms joy and bliss and freedom. So he goes on. He truly may be called a democratic man. So the democracy has her own good, to which insatiable desire brings her to disillusion. Freedom, as they tell you in a democracy, is the glory of the state. Is that therefore in a democracy alone will the free man of nature deign to dwell? When democracy is thirsting for freedom, has evil cupbearers presiding over the feast, and has drunk too deeply of the strong wine of freedom, then unless her rulers are very amenable and give a plentiful drought, she calls them to account and punishes them and says they are cursed oligarchs. Whoa. Oh, they're on. Loyal citizens are insultingly termed by her slaves who hug their chains, and men of naught. She would have subjects who are like rulers, and rulers who are like subjects. These are men after her own heart, whom she praises and honors both in private and public. Now, in such a state, can liberty have any limit? By degrees, anarchy finds its way into private houses and ends by getting among the animals and infecting them. By degrees, wait, I just read that. I mean that the father grows accustomed to descend to the level of his sons and to fear them, and the son is on the level of his father, he having no respect or reverence for either of his parents. This is his freedom. And the foreigner is equal with the citizen, and the citizen with the foreigner, and the stranger is quite as good as either. Yeah, blessings televised. And these are not the only evils. There are several lesser ones. In such a state of society, the master fears and flatters the students, and the students despise their masters and tutors. Young and old are alike, and the young man is on the level with the old and is ready to compete with them. In word and deed, and old men condescending to the young and are full of pleasantry and gaiety. This last extreme of popular liberty is when the slave bought with money, whether male or female, is just as free as his or her purchaser. Nor must I forget to tell the liberty and equality of the two sexes in relation with to each other. I must add, no one cares. Oh, wait, sorry. No one who does not know would believe how much greater is the liberty which the animals who are under the dominion of man have in a democracy than in any other state. For truly the she dogs, as the proverb says, are as good as their she mistresses. And the horses and asses have a way of marching along with all the rights and dignities of free men. And they will run at anybody who comes in their way if he does not leave the road clear for them. All things are just ready to burst with liberty. When I take a country walk, he said, I often experience what you describe. You and I have dreamed the same thing, says Adamantus. And he says, and above all, says Socrates, as a result of all, see how sensitive the citizens become. They chafe impatiently with the least touch of authority. And at length, as you know, they cease to care even for the laws written or unwritten. They'll have no one over them. The ruin of oligarchy is the ruin of democracy. The same disease magnified and intensified by liberty overmasters democracy, the truth being that the excessive increase of anything often causes reaction in the opposite direction. This is the case not only with seasons and in vegetables and animal life, but above all in the forms of government. The excess of freedom, whether in states or individuals, seems only to pass into an excess of slavery. That concludes that reading. Interesting stuff, huh, folks? For the 10 people that are watching and the 4 people that are paying attention.
Yeah, well, that last sentence seems pretty apropos.
Yeah, it's pretty much Taoist. He says, like, he's like, you do too much of anything, it'll kill you. It's the same thing in nature.
Yep.
Interesting stuff. And he's saying that, look, if it can't be tempered by the higher things of the soul, then nature is going to get you. Right?
One way or another.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. So yeah, we're going to move on to Locke here. And yeah, of course, there's a middle section of this available on my previous shows that we did on Wednesday, Saturday, and Tuesday, right? We covered the rise of the state in the medieval period, right? So all of those ideas, right? Boethius, right? Aquinas, Avicenna, okay, all those different guys, right? And of course, let's not forget, last but not least, but first in the Lurianic Kabbalah is Maimonides. From Moses to Moses, there is no one like Moses. On this new lies.
Apparently, there's a movie coming out called Guns and Moses. Fuck, freaking wild.
Wow. They're being pretty candid in this.
It's like a action thriller kind of thing.
Action Twizzler. Let's do this. All right, folks. actions. Okay, let's see shards of pole pottery up in this bitch.
I drop a bucket of sexy intellect pits, mongoloid, savant-driven, heated millennial text mostly. Closer to chemical icon, more chest, shit rap, incredible hybrid, thought mechanism. And let the sickle fancy the jism. Stuck between butt naked, pre-military drive, schizophrenic, all in a bug, dear heart to sentiment. Commercial commodity, mason approved, killer cortisone, method, dollars from infected rob tenement. Most motherfuckers just simply suck up a burrito from a shit box anyway. Step up to little Johnny, the survive, mega retarded. Animal from plastic, bubble dome, sulfur oxide, a Hanley hospital escapee. If you haven't been raped lately, goddamn, I shit on it. After the acidic colonic kid pops it. We dream dirty works like drones to the heroin perks. For the automated needle dead, that's on catatonic tirades. To the sucker bitch, lymph nodes corroded. I don't laugh, emasculated remainders of that ambiguously gay Siegfried and Roy intern class me Deathstroke. To bring him to the fucking Gibbs Festival. Conformities for the castrati, born Formula R. Yo, fuck your happy thoughts where they start. Check it out. They children get their gift and I don't give them shit tree. The worst tune delineated from a bitch force community. My shit in an uncommunicable silent snap filled images work consistently. Shit connection LP activate. Megaton B-boy battle sucker bitch. Remedial flies and bone piece metal track catalyst. Dust at the scrimmage label collectible faggot MC cop from out of miniature. Flame sharp from a TikTok episode. Sub over more polishing copies programmable shame me elbow. The latter half of the century hard rockated sound retarded, doesn't it? I could say eat a dip cookie then turn my back on you. Casually comfortable with 7 minutes of refreshing my life into missionary positioning. Got the metal claws and the light glistening. Warm up clips for control substance for sustenance quota. Comedy creep incorporated savagery lesson formula. Pushes burning across my road. Injected like the flesh of Christ. Extra nice sacrament matter device. Tested and approved lucid four-finger bell ringer. Never say the same shit twice. Period. Born of the flies behind the temple and Einstein hybrid. Born of the monotonous crime skits and pseudo keep a real independent pop-print. You're fucking with a hot climate. I approach as a man with mechanical mandibles extended and it comes scribe with the digital linguist position. Faded out from the back for the skull beats and a palm display for the feminine drum kit affliction. Man, listen, actual fact is my brain bubble that's soaked in a millennial paranoid. Cloak of Misty, I just named another bitchy quadriplegic metaphor fairy. With map 10 and a half top scary. I'm riding out soul vision, cloud killing field fodder. Fucked in the brain stem, cadet of proletarian heritage, modern ski. The sickers of the pole pottery. Who kept the dental shards of the recipients of the snot box bombardment barrage? For what is looked upon as the human compartment of psycho, Austin collage.
All right. And okay, so I'm on the second treatise of government in John Locke. There's 2 treatises of government. And in the first chapter in Okay, he states political power. He defines political power. He says, when I take to be a right, and he uses the word right, of making laws with penalties of death, and consequently all less penalties for the regulating and preserving of property, and of employing the force of the community in the execution of such laws in the defense of the Commonwealth from foreign injury, all of this for the public good. So notice different things are thrown in there, right? There's right of making laws. There's a right of, or the penalty of death. There's preserving of property. There's force of community to execute laws, and there's the public good. Okay, chapter 2 of the state of nature. To understand political power, right, and derive it from its original, we must consider what state all men are naturally, and that is in a state of perfect freedom. So this is different from Hobbes, right, who says it's a war of all against all. Right, Locke calls a state of nature a state of perfect freedom. Okay, to order their actions, to dispose of their possessions and persons as they think fit within the bounds of the law of nature.
Is he capitalizing the N for nature?
Oh yeah.
Because he was saying nature wasn't worth anything.
Yeah, and the law of nature is a different thing.
Okay.
Those are discovered by reason, I'm pretty sure. But in the other nature, I'm pretty sure he uses uncapitalized nature.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
Yeah. A state also of equality, he says. Notice the word equality, wherein all the power and jurisdiction is reciprocal, no one having more than another, there being nothing more evident than the creatures of the same species, all ranked promiscuously born to all the same advantages of nature. And here he's it's nature with a capital N again. And the use of the same faculty should also be equal, one amongst another, without subordination or subjection, unless the Lord and Master of them all should by any manifest declaration of his will set one above another. And confer on him by an evident and clear appointment an undoubted right to dominion and sovereignty. Okay, so here he says, okay, so let me read this. But through, but though this be a state of liberty, this is 6, paragraph 6, he says, though this be a state of liberty, yet it is not a state of license. Though man and the state have an uncontrollable liberty to dispose of his person or possessions, yet he has not liberty to destroy himself, or so much as any creature in his possession. And where some nobler use than the bare preservation calls for it, the state of nature has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges everyone, and reason, which is that law, teaches all mankind who will but consult it, that being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possession. His health, liberty, or possession. For men, being all the workmanship of one omnipotent and infinitely wise maker, all servants of one sovereign master, sent into this world by his order about his business, they are his property. So a person is a property of God. Similarly, the state is there to defend property. And the liberty of man consists in his property and him having his own property. And he says, sharing all in one community of nature, there cannot be supposed such subordination among us. There may authorize us to destroy one another if we were made for one another's uses, and the inferior ranks of creatures are for ours. Everyone, as he is bound to preserve himself and not to quit his station willfully, so by like reason, when his own preservation comes not in competition, ought he as much as he can to preserve the rest of mankind, and may not, unless it be justice on an offender, take away or impair the life of what tends to the preservation and life, the liberty, health, limb, or goods of another. And that all men may be restrained from invading others' rights and from doing hurt to one another. The law of nature be observed, and willeth peace and preservation of all mankind. Okay, so there's a law of nature, there's a state of nature, there's reason. There's these ideas of reparation and restraint. It says, thus the state of nature, one man comes by power over another, but yet no absolute or arbitrary power to use a criminal when he has got him in his hands, according to the passionate heats or boundless extravagancy of his own will, but only to retribute him to him, so far as calm reason and conscience dictates, what is proportionate to his transgression, which is so much as may serve for reparation and restraint. For those two are the only reasons why one man may lawfully do harm to another, which is what we call punishment. So the state is there for peace and safety and pretty much privacy, right? In terms of guarding property, mankind in general may restrain, where it is necessary, destroy things noxious to them, so may bring such evil on anyone who hath transgressed that law. Every man hath a right to punish the offender, and he be executioner of the law of nature. So every man is executioner of the law of nature. Okay, so I'm gonna skip a bunch of this. Okay, chapter 3 of the state of war. Of the state of war. The state of war is a state of enmity and destruction, and therefore declaring by word and action not a passionate and hasty, but a sedate, settled design upon another man's life, puts him in a state of war with him and against whom he has declared such an intention. So he has exposed his life to the other's power to be taken away by him, or anyone that joins with him in his defense and espouses his quarrel. It being reasonable and just, I should have a right to destroy that which threatens me with destruction. For by the fundamental law of nature, men being to be preserved as much as possible. When all cannot be preserved, the safety of the innocent is to be preferred. And one may destroy a man who makes war upon him, or has discovered an enmity of his being, for the same reason that he may kill a wolf or a lion, because such men are not under the ties of the common law of reason, have no other rule than that of force or violence, so may be treated as beasts of prey and those dangerous and noxious creatures that will be sure to destroy them. He who attempts to get another man into his absolute power does thereby put himself into a state of war with him. And he says, as he that in a state of society would take away the freedom belonging to those of that society or commonwealth must be supposed to design to take away from them everything else, so that he's looked upon as a state of as in a state of war with them. As he says, freedom is the fence to your self-preservation. So if one man takes away your freedom, he attempts to take away your ability for self-preservation, he then puts himself in a state of war against you and the state which defends your rights. Okay, want of a common judge with authority puts all men in a state of nature. Force without right upon a man's person makes a state of war, he says. And this is chapter 4, or wait, is it chapter 4 or 3? Chapter 3, the state of war. Okay, now chapter 4 of slavery. He says the natural liberty of man is to be free from any superior power on earth, and not to be under the will of legislative authority of man, but to have only the law of nature for his rule. The liberty of man in society is to be under no other legislative power but that established by consent in the commonwealth, nor under the dominion of any will or restraint of any law. Now he says freedom of men under government is to have a standing rule to live by, common to everyone in that society and made by the legislative power erected by it. A liberty to follow my own will in all things where the rule prescribes not, and not to be subject to the inconstant, uncertain, unknown, arbitrary will of another man. For whenever he finds the hardship of his slavery outweigh the value of his life, 'tis in his power, by resisting the will of his master, to draw on himself the death he desires. This is the perfect condition of slavery, which is nothing else but the state of war continued between a lawful conqueror and a captive. For if once compact enter between them, and make an agreement for limited power on the one side, the obedience on the other, the state of war and slavery ceases, as long as the compact endures. Okay, chapter 5, property. And I read part of this earlier. Right? He said, men being once born have the right to preservation, and consequently to meat and drink and such other things as nature affords for her subsistence. Yeah, of course, he sets up the rule of property. And he says labor and possession of land and all these ideas, right? Humane industry, right? Apply to the land, right? And nature, wild nature, right? And it looks like it is capitalized nature there too. So I guess he thinks the idea of every man being an executioner of that law is not a good situation. You could imagine that, right?
It sounds like recipe for chaos.
Right. Here's a interesting statement in 33. It says, God gave the world to men in common. And here's another one. He says he gave it to the use of the industrious and rational. Fascinating, huh? God gave the world to the industrious and rational. Gave it over to them. Wild stuff, folks.
That sounds kind of like a deist kind of.
Oh yeah, he's definitely highly influenced by deism. Well, I went way overboard tonight, and we still have Nietzsche and the rest of the stuff. So yeah, we'll play some music, and we'll be back with Nietzsche. But yeah, interesting. From the ideas of Plato to Locke, and of course we have a middle part there, the separation of church and state, and how they got to those ideas. So yeah, I mean, if we really wanted to study all the resources there, of course it would take years and years and years, folks. See what I'm getting at? Wild. Just a little sliver and taste of the foundations of, human rights, democratic thinking, the state, political power, the justification for rule, and the views of nature and humanity that are mixed into that entire synthesis. Okay. Theatrical palaces.
Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence. Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence. Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence. Extended version horror, theatrical palaces, scripting vivid pictures of violence.
Rhyme destructor, my voice is bored, causing constant brain ruptures, reconstruct vocal cords. To switch swords and rap voices, my brain that's corrupted, and causes scorched swords, you get the pain that's inflicted. The pounds of 1,000 horse dominating all districts. My lyrics are straight poor and swing heavy fisted. Too harsh to ignore when this hammer straight hits it. 714, massively shouting my critics. Styles and metaphors showing you how my click wrecks it. Your life's pathetic, like having low life genetics. Scarecrows, drum kicks, other types of birth appendix. My crew's battle forensics are superior when this pen hit. Dosing vital bacteria, conspiracies, but fuck it. It's got me corrupted, ready to lose it. My lyrics are the most abusive, spitting with 2 lips, kicking the most sense. I can explain it, rearrange it, make lords repent. Hardcore click amazing, rip your pecs out your chest.
Illusion in front of me melting, chased by entities, followed by eyes on paintings of walls, dodgy falls, chandeliers, and candlelit corridor halls, even try to enter my body, fighting off flames, 3rd-degree burns, I can never be slain by the devil, don't undermine me, I'm too maniacal, instantly teleport in front of 3 iron doors, unaware of what's next, behind me, the portal closed, what door shall I choose? I sure don't want it to be the motherfucking one with a skeleton arm, because after you, and all I can think about is dead bloody bodies being strung up on the ceiling. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. But my mind is the key that opens all doors. Evil's got a grip on me, I'm barely breathing. Show the light to the army of darkness, I was here to destroy your fucking legion.
I plunge you through a planet, through an asteroid from my casual planet 10010110 dynasty. Shiny maroon platoon like 1001 red doctors. A wet metal of wild tiger lilies, vital collider force. Zaz bitch, Shatterstar, Escalade, Oceanic, Titanium, Everglade, Escapade, Bionicle, Chronicle, Chrome Syndrome, Tight, Cyber Roman, Hyperpoem, like Sidewinding, Shapeshifter, Escape Fixer, Laptic, Metallic, Elixir, like Cheyenne Indians from Montana, translating Mountain War Cloud like peacock feathers left after lectures. Bite a large single-edged hunting knife down at the Alamo. Multiple mechanical mosquitoes hatch from definitive innocent tranquil ankles, head mangler, flesh peddler, strange chainsaw, angry, angrier, deranged game, plane tangler, colossal fossil, ox, hostile force.
The horrid bum, dirty stone park benches, trash can tops, and old gum. Twilight writing, I'm in the corner shadow rapping, the one I've been chosen. The Iceman, I leave mics frozen of frostbite. Cold holy light, black cross strike, burning X-blade. I'm hard towering redwood, you soft grass blade is up against a pro invisible fat snake. Unseen Slytherin slapping you rap fakes. I'm waiting like bear traps and tripped wire stakes. Spit fire quakes, dark water lakes, smut daughter tapes, dirty blotter fakes, clean liquid licks. Triple slaughter kick, with knowledge of pressure points you'll die from fingertips. Devilish incantation, the smooth throws from golden lips.
While the Emperor has claimed victory, the peace that so many heroes gave their lives for has not settled on the lands. The hordes of chaos, though leaderless, continue to take the northlands of the Empire. Vicious warriors attack merchant caravans and raid isolated farms and villages. There is no escape from chaos. It marks us all.
Yeah. Just hungry this shit. And that's all. Just low. Yeah. Blood, death, sex, and crimes reminds me of some of my most memorable times. Stay ablaze, those was the good old days. Ain't shit changed, still maintain my own ways. Upgrade, living like kings, getting nice things. Build and destroy everything life brings. Killing for sport, niggas ain't as real as I thought. I'm just angry, lot of hate still in my heart. Playing my part, rhymes like Christ's fault. One thought, and the crisis starts. We stumble amongst the path that the righteous walk. You're not worthy of the map, the science is taught. Beat the system with the wisdom, even if it cause friction. Give a fuck, main focus is a lost mission. Take your cross off, that's forgiveness. First hand proof, God, man with.
Now ain't nobody fucking with the map.
mastermind. I'm like Einstein, 150 times magnified. Nikola Tesla and John Von Neumann, all wrapped up in the body of one human. I rhyme the tightest, shine the brightest. I blind the optic fibers in anybody's iris. When it comes to rapping, I smash your ass, whether you Latin, black or Anglo-Saxon. I smack you with a backhand to crack your back like chiropractors after looking at your CAT scan. In between albums, I become a masked man like Batman and stalk my own rap fans. I'm like a madman fighting the war, throwing lightning rods, swinging lightning swords, blow you away with the force, let it leave your body lost, gone, nothing to more, nothing to do with autopsy on. I rock till I can't rock no more, till I can't get no motherfucking props no more, till they boo me on stage when I'm out on tour. Till 2000 BC ain't hot no more. I'm a dragon with the head of a lion, jaws be like swords grinding, claws rip through walls and cast iron. I slap fire out of Hoolam, pull out steel and start shooting. I clap iron like Duke Nukem. Try to attack, bitch, you get your face stomped, flatter than a compact disc with black tims, flatter than a Yankee baseball cap rim, flatter than a knife, stab unwit.
Play hard, father of the Lord, the sharpest sword. First try, hit the red bullseye on the dartboard. Leave a motherfuckers playing harps and chords, fatal scores. This year we taking on, even if we taking food out your baby's jaw. Places scars, giving all praise to our Lord, my favorite cause. Fuck y'all, CDs collect dust balls. Kill you niggas today, for the sun falls. This is where I thrive, trying to revive the tribe. Proof real niggas get their lives. There's no motherfucking image, bounds of limits, infinite. No start or a fucking finish. Niggas nowhere involved with God's business. Best friends with police, fucking star witness. Motherfuckers deserve their ugly ass heads off. Only put fucking devils together.
The Emperor's battle-weary soldiers patrol the forests and hills, ever vigilant against bloodthirsty warbands intent on looting and slaughter.
Oh yeah. We're bringing it to you live. Live.
How does it feel to be an icon?
Lols.
Oh yeah. So we're on Beyond Good and Evil, section 33. Whoa. It cannot be
Ruh-roh.
helped. It cannot be helped. The sentiment of surrender, of sacrifice for one's neighbor, and all self-renunciation, morality, must be mercilessly called to account and brought to judgment, just as the aesthetics of disinterested contemplation, quote unquote, under which the emasculation of art nowadays seeks insidiously enough to create itself a good conscience. There's far too much witchery and sugar in the sentiments for others. And, quote, not for myself, unquote. And for one not needing to be doubly distrustful here, and for one asking promptly, are they not perhaps deceptions that they please him who has them and him who enjoys their fruit, and also the mere spectator? That is still no argument in their favor, but just calls for caution, Let us therefore be cautious, and whatever standpoint of philosophy one may place oneself nowadays, seen from every position, the erroneousness of the world in which we think we live is the surest and most certain thing our eyes can light upon. We find proof after proof thereof, which would fain allure us into surmises concerning a deceptive principle in the quote unquote nature of things. He, however, who makes thinking itself, and consequently, quote unquote, the spirit responsible for the falseness of the world, an honorable exit, which every conscious or unconscious advocatus Dei avails himself of. He who regards this world, including space, time, form, and movement, as falsely deduced, would have at least good reason in the end to become distrustful also of all thinking. Has it not hitherto been playing upon us the worst of scurvy tricks? And what guarantee would it give that it would not continue to do what it has always been doing? In all seriousness, the innocence of thinkers has something touching and respect inspiring in it. Which even nowadays permits them to wait upon consciousness with the request that it will give them honest answers. For example, whether it be real, quote unquote, or not, why it keeps the outer world so resolutely at a distance, and other questions of the same descriptions. The belief in, quote, immediate certainties is a moral naivete, which does honor to us philosophers, but we have now to cease being merely moral men. Apart from morality, such belief is folly, which does little honor to us. If in middle class life an ever ready distrust is regarded as the sign of a bad character, quote unquote, and consequently as an imprudence here among us, beyond the middle class world and its yeas or nays, what should prevent our being imprudent and saying the philosopher has at length a right to bad character? As the being who has hitherto been most befooled on earth, he is now under obligation to distrustfulness. To the wickedest, squinting out of every abyss of suspicion, forgive me the joke of this gloomy grimace and turn of expression, for I myself have long ago learned to think and estimate differently with regard and deceiving and being deceived. And I keep at least a couple of pokes in the ribs ready for the blind rage with which philosophers struggle against being deceived. Why not? It is nothing more than a moral prejudice that truth is worth more than semblance. It is, in fact, the worst proved supposition in the world. So much must be concealed. There could have been no life at all except upon the basis of perspective, estimates, and semblances. And if the virtuous enthusiasm and stupidity of many philosophers, one wish to do away altogether with the quote unquote seeming world, well, granted that you could do that, at least nothing of your truth, quote unquote, would thereby remain. Indeed, what is it that forces us in general to the supposition that there is an essential opposition of quote unquote true and quote unquote false? Is it not enough to suppose degrees of seemingness? And as it were, lighter and darker shades and tones of semblance, different velours, as the painters say. Why might not the world which concerns us be a fiction? And to anyone who suggested, but to a fiction belongs an originator. Might it not be bluntly replied, why? May not this also belong to the fiction? Is it not at length permitted to be a little ironical toward the subject, just as towards the prejudice? Toward the predicate and object? Might not the philosopher elevate himself above faith and grammar? All respect to governess. All respect to governesses. But it's not time that philosophy should renounce governess faith. Oh, Voltaire. Oh, humanity. Oh, idiocy. There's something ticklish in, quote unquote, the truth. And in the search for the truth, and if a man goes about it too humanely, I wager he finds nothing.
Only because Nero mentioned it in the chat.
But yeah, he's denying the notion of objective truth. He's denying the notion of.
What do you say, like levels of appearances or something like that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's saying that essentially that truth should be paired with, sort of valuations and perspectives that actually give it its life and all that type of stuff. So, I think I'll actually just leave that there because he talks about interpretation, popular prejudice. He bashes Plato and Kant. And they're
I
sort of.
don't mind the Kant bashing, but I'd have to look at the Plato bashing too.
Oh yeah. Here's a quote I just found. It says, "How could even Plato have endured life, a Greek life, which he repudiated, without an Aristophanes?"
Oh.
The guy who bashed his teacher. So yeah, Nietzsche's an interesting guy. He's no lover of Plato for sure. Apparently no lover of Voltaire either. I think he would have made mincemeat out of Locke and Voltaire. But yeah, let's go to Evola. And I have a video I prepared for today for Evola, even though it's not July 4th anymore. But it was prepared.
It is still on the West Coast, at least.
Yeah, they're still doing fireworks and stuff, so it's still valid. So here's my famous Julius Evola video. Before we listen to more of Julius Evola, we'll listen to this. little video I made with Assassin's Creed.
Julius Evola. American Civilization. The recently deceased John Dewey was applauded by the American press as the most representative figure of American civilization. This is quite right. His theories are entirely representative of the vision of man and life, which is the premise of Americanism and its democracy. The essence of such theories is this, that everyone can become what he wants to, within the limits of the technological means at his disposal. Equally, a person is not what he is from his true nature, and there is no real difference between people, only differences in qualifications. According to this theory, anyone can be anyone he wants to be if he knows how to train himself. This is obviously the case with the self-made man. In a society which has lost all sense of tradition, the notion of personal aggrandizement will extend into every aspect of human existence, reinforcing the egalitarian doctrine of pure democracy. If the basis of such ideas is accepted, then all natural diversity has to be abandoned. Each person can presume to possess the potential of everyone else, and the terms superior and inferior lose their meaning. Every notion of distance and respect loses meaning. All lifestyles are open to all. To all organic conceptions of life, Americans oppose a mechanistic conception. In a society which has started from scratch, everything has the characteristic of being fabricated. In American society, appearances are masks, not faces. At the same time, proponents of the American way of life are hostile to personality. The Americans' open-mindedness, which is sometimes cited in their favor, is the other side of their interior formlessness. The same goes for their individualism. Individualism and personality are not the same. The one belongs to the formless world of quantity, the other to the world of quality and hierarchy. The Americans are the living refutation of the Cartesian axiom, I think, therefore I am. Americans do not think, yet they are. The American mind, puerile and primitive, lacks characteristic form and is therefore open to every kind of standardization. In a superior civilization, as, for example, that of the Indo-Aryans, the being who is without a characteristic form or caste, in the original meaning of the word, not even that of servant or shudra, would emerge as a pariah. In this respect, America is a society of pariahs. There is a role for pariahs. It is to be subjected to beings whose form and internal laws are precisely defined. Instead, the modern pariahs seek to become dominant themselves and to exercise their dominion over all the world. There is a popular notion about the United States that it is a young nation with a great future before it. Apparent American defects are then described as the faults of youth or growing pains. It is not difficult to see that the myth of progress plays a large part in this judgment. According to the idea that everything new is good, America has a privileged role to play among civilized nations. In the First World War, the United States intervened in the role of the civilized world par excellence. The most evolved nation had not only a right but a duty to interfere in the destinies of other peoples. The structure of history is, however, cyclical, not evolutionary. It is far from being the case that the most recent civilizations are necessarily superior. They may be, in fact, senile and decadent. There is a necessary correspondence between the most advanced stages of a historical cycle and the most primitive. America is the final stage of modern Europe. Guénon called the United States the Far West, in the novel sense that the United States represents the reductio ad absurdum of the negative and the most senile aspects of Western civilization. What in Europe exists in diluted form are magnified and concentrated in the United States, whereby they are revealed as the symptoms of disintegration and cultural and human regression. The American mentality can only be interpreted as an example of regression, which shows itself in the mental atrophy towards all higher interests and incomprehension of higher sensibility. The American mind has limited horizons. One can strive to everything which is immediate and simplistic, with the inevitable consequence that everything is made banal, basic, and leveled down until it is deprived of all spiritual life. Life itself in American terms is entirely mechanistic. The sense of I in America belongs entirely to the physical level of existence. The typical American neither has spiritual dilemmas nor complications, he is a natural joiner and conformist. The primitive American mind can only superficially be compared to a young mind. The American mind is a feature of the regressive society to which I have already referred. American morality. The much vaunted sex appeal of American women is drawn from films, reviews and pin-ups, and is in large print fictitious. A recent medical survey in the United States showed that 75% of young American women are without strong sexual feeling, and instead of satisfying their libido they seek pleasure narcissistically in exhibitionism, vanity, and the cult of fitness and health in a sterile sense. American girls have no hang-ups about sex. They are easygoing for the man who sees the whole sexual process as something in isolation, thereby making it uninteresting and matter-of-fact, which, at such a level, it is meant to be. Thus, after she has been taken to the cinema or a dance, it is something like American good manners for the girl to let herself be kissed. This doesn't mean anything. American women are characteristically frigid and materialistic. The man who has his way with an American girl is under a material obligation to her. The woman has granted a material favor. In cases of divorce, American law overwhelmingly favors the woman. American women will divorce readily enough when they see a better bargain. It is frequently the case in America that a woman will be married to one man but already engaged to a future husband, the man she plans to marry after a profitable divorce. Our American media. Americanization in Europe is widespread and evident. In Italy it is a phenomenon which is rapidly developing in these post-war years and is considered by most people, if not enthusiastically, at least as something natural. Some time ago I wrote that of the two great dangers confronting Europe, Americanism and communism, the first is the more insidious. Communism cannot be a danger other than in the brutal and catastrophic form of a direct seizure of power by communists. On the other hand, Americanization gains ground by a process of gradual infiltration, affecting modifications of mentalities and customs which seem inoffensive in themselves but which end in a fundamental perversion and degradation against which it is impossible to fight other than within oneself. It is precisely with respect to such internal opposition that most Italians seem weak. Forgetting their own cultural inheritance, they readily turn to the United States as something akin to the parent guide of the world. Whoever wants to be modern has to measure himself according to the American standard. It is pitiable to witness a European country so debase itself. Veneration for America has nothing to do with a cultured interest in the way other people live. On the contrary, servility towards the United States leads one to think that there is no other way of life worth considering on the same level as the American one. Our radio service is Americanized. Without any criterion of superior and inferior, it just follows the fashionable themes of the moment and markets what is considered acceptable, that is, to the most Americanized section of the public, which is to say the most degenerate. The rest of us are dragged along in its wake. Even the style of presentation on radio has become Americanized.
Who, after listening to an American radio program, can suppress a shudder when he considers that the only way of escaping communism is by becoming Americanized?
Those are not the words of an outsider but of an American sociologist, James Burnham, professor at the University of Princeton. Such a judgment from an American should make Italian radio programmers blush for shame. The consequence of the do-your-own-thing democracy is the intoxication of the greater part of the population which is not capable of discriminating for itself, which, when not guided by a power and an ideal, all too easily loses sense of its own identity. The industrial order in America. In his classic study of capitalism, Werner Sombart summarized the late capitalist phase in the adage fiat producto, parit homo. In its extreme form, capitalism is a system in which a man's value is estimated solely in terms of the production of merchandise and the invention of the means of production. Socialist doctrines grew out of a reaction to the lack of human consideration in this system. A new phase has begun in the United States where there has been an upsurge of interest in so-called labor relations. In appearance it would seem to signify an improvement. In reality this is a deleterious phenomenon. The entrepreneurs and employers have come to realize the importance of the human factor in a productive economy, and that it is a mistake to ignore the individual involved in industry, his motives, his feelings, his working day life. Thus, a whole school of study of human relations in industry has grown up, based on behaviorism. Studies like Human Relations in Industry by B. Gardner and G. Moore have supplied a minute analysis of the behavior of employees and their motivations with the precise aim of defining the best means to obviate all factors that can hinder the maximization of production. Some studies certainly don't come from the shop floor but from the management, abetted by specialists from various colleges. The sociological investigations go as far as analyzing the employee's social ambience. This kind of study has a practical purpose. The maintenance of the psychological contentment of the employee is as important as the physical. In cases in which a worker is tied to a monotonous job which doesn't demand a great deal of concentration, the studies will draw attention to the danger that his mind may tend to wander in a way that may eventually reflect badly on his attitude towards the job. The private lives of employees are not forgotten, hence the increase in so-called personnel counseling. Specialists are called in to dispel anxiety, psychological disturbances, and non-adaptation complexes, even to the point of giving advice in relation to the most personal matters. A frankly psychoanalytic technique and one much used is to make the subject talk freely and put the results obtainable by this catharsis into relief. None of this is concerned with the spiritual betterment of human beings or any real human problems, such as a European would understand them in this age of economics. On the other side of the Iron Curtain, man is treated as a beast of burden and his obedience is maintained by terror and famine. In the United States, man is also seen as just a factor of labor and consumption, and no aspect of his interior life is neglected and every factor of his existence is drawn to the same end. In the land of the free, through every medium, man is told he has reached a degree of happiness hitherto undreamed of. He forgets who he is, where he came from, and basks in the present. American democracy in industry. There is a significant and growing discrepancy in the United States between the shibboleths of the prevailing political ideology and the effective economic structures of the nation. A large part of studies of the subject is played by the morphology of business. Studies corroborate the impression that American business is a long way from the type of organization which corresponds to the democratic ideal of U.S. propaganda. American businesses have a pyramid structure. They constitute at the top an articulate hierarchy. The big businesses are run in the same way as government ministries and are organized along similar lines. They have coordinating and controlling bodies which separate the business leaders from the mass of employees. Rather than becoming more flexible in a social sense, the managerial elite, Burnham, is becoming more autocratic than ever, something not unrelated to American foreign policy. This is the end of yet another American illusion. America, the land of opportunity, where every possibility is there for the person who can grasp it, a land where anyone can rise from rags to riches. At first there was the open frontier for all to ride out across. That closed, and the new open frontier was the sky.
You're muted. Okay, never mind.
Oh, whoops. I do have to do this. Yeah, so he saw Americanism and communism, two poles of modernism, like two extremes of modernism. One, where it's too much freedom, and the other where there's too much need for centralization. So that was Evola on America.
Cynical and scientific methods of depth psychology, of the exploration of the subconscious and the unconscious. In the latter, the irrational subsoil of existence, it has recognized the motive force essential to the whole life of the soul. From that it deduces the proofs that make an illusion of the upper world of moral and social conscience with all its values, all its inhibitions and prohibitions, and its hysterical will to dominate. Meanwhile, in the subterranean zone, nothing is at work but a mess of compulsions toward pleasure and death, Lustprinzip and Todestrieb. This, as everyone knows, is the essence of Freudianism. Other psychoanalytic currents that diverge in part from Freud are not substantially different. The evident theme in all of them is the regression to the psychic subsoil, together with a profound traumatization of the human personality. It is one further aspect of contemporary nihilism, and moreover the symptom of a sickly consciousness, too weak to hold in check the lower regions of the soul with their so-called archetypes, and which might well be compared to Goethe's World of the Mothers. It is hardly worth pointing out how these destructions converge with the atmosphere of another typical genre of contemporary literature, in which the sense of the spectrality of existence is associated with that of an obscure, incomprehensible destiny, a fatality, and an absurd condemnation hanging over man's eternal solitude, taken to be the actual human condition. It is like the sense of an incomprehensible foundation of human life that fades into impenetrable and anguish-filled darkness. This theme, shown in its typical form by Kafka, is not foreign to speculative existentialism, to which I shall return in due course. What I wish to underline at this point is that we are not dealing with a truth discovered by someone who has been able to feel more and see more deeply. It is merely what is perceived in the very atmosphere of European nihilism, and of a humanity that has taken shape after the death of God. Chapter 6. Active Nihilism. Nietzsche. We can now return to the problem that really interests us. In all the critical situations treated up to now, their predominant trait is that of being the objects, indeed the victims, of the destructive processes set in motion, processes which are simply suffered by current humanity. This holds good both for those who have adapted to a life based on nothing and lacking any true direction, helping themselves with a system of anesthetics and surrogates, and eventually resorting to the surviving forms of a secure bourgeois existence, and for those who feel the existential crisis of modern man in all of their being, and are consequently driven toward the kinds of revolt or risky existence that were mentioned above. This applies, therefore, to the vast majority of our contemporaries. In contrast, there is a different and much smaller category of modern men who, instead of submitting to the nihilist processes, seek to accept them actively. In particular, there are those who not only admit that the processes of dissolution are irreversible and that there is no going back, but who would not want to follow that path even if it existed. They willingly accept their condition of being without support or roots. Then the problem arises of how far the negative can be transformed into something positive. To someone who has the necessary character to assume such an attitude, the possibility opens of a new interpretation of the adventure of mankind wanting to be free, and of the crisis that is the consequence of this adventure. Thus arises the idea of a trial, and of destructions that are simply the consequence of not being equal to it, or as one might say, not being equal to one's own action. Those who are interested may recall the ancient myths concerning an audacious sacrilege, in which it is not the sacrilege in itself that brings about the ruin of some symbolic personage, but lack of the necessary dignity or strength to accomplish an act that frees one from the divine bonds. The special human type who concerns us here, and who partially fits the category in question, may adopt the same point of view. As we recall, his differentiated character consists in facing the problems of modern man without being a modern man himself. He belongs to a different world, and preserves within himself a different existential dimension. Unlike the others, his problem is not the dramatic search for a basis, in principle he already possesses one, but that of his own expression and confirmation in the modern epoch, in his life here and now. With this human type in mind, let us examine the theme of positive nihilism, or, if one prefers, the transition to the post-nihilist stage. Since it is better to do so from a standpoint inside the modern world, rather than outside it, we can take as a provisional basis some of Nietzsche's fundamental ideas to test their solidity. We may find, in fact, that the more recent exponents of modern thought have gone little further than Nietzsche in their search for a new meaning of life, despite all that is inconsistent and negative in his philosophy. Nietzsche considered himself the first perfect nihilist in Europe, because he has already overcome nihilism, having lived it in his soul, having it behind himself, beneath himself, outside himself, having seen that nihilism is the final logical conclusion of our great values and ideals, and having asserted that we must pass through this nihilism in order to grasp the true nature of the values of the past, he nevertheless considered nihilism as a pathological transitional stage and proclaimed the counter-movement that was destined to supplant it, without giving up the ground already won. Nietzsche showed that the point at which one realizes that God is dead, that the whole world of spirit, of good and evil, is only an illusion, and that the only true world is that which was negated or rejected in the name of the former, is the crux of a decisive test. The weak shatter, the strong destroy what does not shatter them, while those stronger still go beyond the values that once served them. Nietzsche calls this the tragic phase of nihilism, which leads to a reversal of perspectives. Nihilism at this point appears as a sign of strength, signifying that the power to create, to will, has developed far enough that one has no further need for this general interpretation of existence, of this introduction of a meaning into it. It is a measure of one's strength of will to know how far one can do without a meaning to things, how far one can bear to live in a meaningless world, for then one will organize part of it. Nietzsche calls this positive pessimism, or the pessimism of strength, and makes it the premise of a higher ethic. If at first man needed a god, now he is thrilled with a universal godless disorder, with a world of chance where the fearful, the ambiguous, and the seductive are part of his very existence. In this world once again made pure and uniquely itself, he stands erect, conqueror of God and of nothingness. The problem of the meaning of life is thus resolved with the affirmation that life is, and can be, a value in itself. This brings us to the precise point made above. The significance of all the crises of recent times can be summarized as follows. A man wanted to be free, for whom a life of freedom could spell only ruin. To say God is dead is only an emotional way of stating the basic fact of the effort. But Nietzsche himself remarks that having killed God, wasn't that perhaps rather too grand of us? Shouldn't we become gods in order to be worthy of it? After recognizing that nothing exists, all is permitted, and the freedom of the spirit, the inevitable consequence, is the challenge. Now prove the nobility of your nature. A famous passage of Zarathustra gives the most pregnant formulation to the essence of the crisis. You call yourself free? Let me hear your ruling thought, and not that you have escaped bondage. Are you one who deserved to escape from it? There are many who threw away their only worth when they threw away their servitude. Free from what? Why should Zarathustra care? Your eyes should answer plainly, free for what? And Zarathustra warns that it will be terrible to be alone, without any laws from above oneself, alone with one's own freedom in a desert place and an icy air, judge and avenger of one's own law. For him who only acquires any worth by serving, for him who had in his bonds not a cause of paralysis but a support, solitude appears as a curse. He loses courage and his initial pride deflates. These are the sentiments, continues Zarathustra, that then assail the free man and that will not fail to kill him if he does not kill them first. In precise terms, and from a higher point of view, this is the essential ground of modern man's unhappiness. Dostoevsky points out the same thing in analogous fashion. It is Kirillov's doctrine. The framework is identical. Man only invented God so that he could live without killing himself. And this is the history of mankind from its origins up to the present day, says Kirillov. The implication is plain. It is a necessity for man to have a center, a basic value. When he did not find it within himself, he placed it outside himself.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good place to leave it. Man without value, without a center, right? And of course, it's the liberty that brought him to that stage. And pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, like people outliving their usefulness, you know, being a servant.
Yeah. So we've got a lot of different ideas there. I mean, in Nietzsche and in Evola, and of course they don't always agree with each other, as he's showing right now, right? So yeah, there's a lot of different. Yeah, thank you, Moontan. I appreciate you being here. Blessings. All right. But yeah, check out the rest of the episode. We went through different ideas from Zoroastrianism, to Babylonian, to Jewish, to Plato, to Philo, to you know, book A of the Republic.
Maimonides.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, we got
Whoops.
on the other show. On the Machine Lies, we looked at Maimonides and Aquinas and how their ideas relate to each other. And of course, the separation of church and state led to thinkers like Locke, right, who separated, you know, I think he called morality practical reason, right? So there was two types of reason, right? So he was before Kant coming up with these ideas, but of course the separation of the inner and outer world, right? Without something inside, he's something outside to cling to, right? As Evola just said, right? Hear that again.
Self. And this is the history of mankind from its origins up to the present day, says Kirillov. The implication is plain. It is a necessity for man to have a center, a basic value. When he did not find it within himself, he placed it outside himself, projecting it onto God, whom he...
So interesting, huh? So that brings us back full circle from where we started, right? Finding value outside of yourself. That's kind of what I wanted to bring out, right? In the notion of salvation history, the temporal and spatial dislodging, the invention of freedom and the state, and all these ideas. So yeah, that brings us to a conclusion. But yeah, this is a segment placed in the middle of various segments where I talk about different ideas, from Plato to Avicenna to Maimonides to Kant to Hegel, right? So we're getting into lots of different ideas in the development of the state, because we're looking at technique, how it merges with the state and ushers in the death of liberalism, right? So we're getting lots of confirmation for our ideas all around, okay, wherever we look. Okay, and it's not confirmation bias at all. Actually, we had Peter Thiel talking about how, why he's going against liberalism, because he's saying it stops technological progress. And so he's confirming Alul's ideas right there. So yeah, it's really interesting, folks, the type of changes that are afoot. But yeah, I greatly appreciate your time for all you people here. Okay, and we will be back very soon. Okay, actually, we'll be back at 9:15 p.m. tomorrow. So there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, a lot of people stole that. A lot of people stole that. Okay, from Neurojack. It's not my invention, but yeah, they stole it from Neuro. He was bold enough to put that there, so I followed suit. But yeah, it's definitely been an interesting time with you guys, right? Um, yeah, thank you so much for being here with me. And yeah, basically tomorrow we'll be bringing it back. As you may or may not know, we're finishing off a last reading and translation of the Tao Te Ching before we move on to the Shang Tzu. And of course, we're doing Spooky Saturdays. So we're doing some interesting videos and themes tomorrow, especially with transhumanism. Right? We're looking at the destruction of wild nature with Derek Jensen. Okay, and some of those other ideas. It's all part of the different ideas that we're presenting. Okay, and I wanted to bring in a more sort of leftist thinker, so we could be a little more eclectic in our presentations, right? Because we're not, in defense of like left or right at this point, right? It's a false dialectic.
Yep.
So, yeah, there's lots of people promoting that. But, yeah. Not I. Yeah, let's just play this. How about this? Blessings. Thank you guys for being here.
Misanthropic, catastrophic on any topic. Snap necks and sockets, choking victims with a locket. Won't stop it. Mental musket rushes when the matter flushes. No gun, son, physical crushes from the tongue. Buses, dust is contaminated. Niggas laminated like plastic. Drama, I'ma be in your casket. Sick like Edward Kemper. Co-ed, sleep with no head. So feds dread the dread who dreads ex-girls with no lead. I'm fed, got stew pots with lots of ill pieces. Kill deepest thesis, kill creases in your brain secret. Peep it, cause mad terror like Monday to Sunday, your done day like icy runway. Some play, so react. You know me, relax like the Zodi, your phony crap. Get shitted on like seven arms with holy tracks and needles. My people know of my identity, but no remedy sent to me. So the entity of darkness abound around. This hammers pound the mounds of down south chickens licking the cracks of Puerto Ricans. Mommies behind me, no trail like Ed Poles. Hill, though gorilla blows through your foes. Snipe like Charles Whitman, but something's different. Missing stitching the fleshy fabric to the wall of my kitchen. Sadistic.
Yo, Don, where we going?
Yo, we going out to the cribbo. We just gonna chill. Yo, you want some clothes?
Nah, baby, I don't do that.
Alright, so check this, dude. Split the world and drink of its nectar. Don't get next to the home wrecker in the Mecca. Apparel like Mike Farrell. I dabble and slash through cattle, saddle honeys like bunnies. Tobacco, your whole Adam's apple. R. Ramirez, the night stalker, the hype talker, the light walker, just like Orca. Talk to loved ones into the depths of sadness. This madness is endless. My rap gets stupendous. Your ass gets offended when the distended skulls fuming, stewing like Daniel Rickowitz. Plates with bits of humans doing damage to the city. Whole world feels no pity, so give me under one. The gun like Howard Unruh or Patrick Sherrill, leaving them seas in peril. The gathered barrels until your back is sterile. Clear as crystal. Why your death will miss you? No issue. Bristle burn down to a fizzle. Very well like Mary Bell and Mountain Brown. Even Brian Howe was out and asked your local DT about it. Doubt it. Just for a second, you regret the lack of respect. Smashing your neck like Richard Speck. Sadistic. Yo, why don't you try this black vinyl suit I got for you?
What is it gonna do to me?
It's gonna make you feel good.
Is it gonna make me feel really wet?
Albert Fish in your vicinity. My limits be infinity. No kin to me, only my enemies. See the sin MC. White hen decapitator. Michael Breath assassinator. Terminate with extreme prejudice. Burn a snake up. Faker, you don't know the real darkness when you see it. So be it. MCs hit the floor in the wall like beat shit. I smash, crash, and dash from the screen. Machine of warm plasma. You crave for the capture. You found the day after. No description of the murderer. Hurting you faster than gray matter in my platter. Matter than Al Pacino and Serpico. Vertigo. Lyrics of murder foes like inertia, bro. So face like John Wayne Gacy. You can't erase me or erase the Don's name. Baby, for 7 years I brought tears like Edward Kemper. Since my temper entered the realm of the placenta, ill into the femur. Slice actors like Emma, leave you hurting like Peter Curtin. All dismembered. Don't forget, remember all the havoc. Tragic automatic blow like John Gilbert Graham package. Sadistic. Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, Poppy.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Poppy.
Like
yeah.
that. What happened, man? How you feel?
I feel so good, baby.
Yeah.
change. You know? It's all good. Hydra. Big Brass. Yeah. It was all a dream. I used to watch Big on the screen and write rhymes puffing the green. Know what I mean? Now it's like Steam. Who got it? That's who gon' get it. Either with the clips or the snitches. Straight razor style. Shit's all suspicious. That's why I give it to kids. Sorta vicious. Just on some rap shit. I'm auspicious. And that means I'm not in the mood to score bitches and cut them from the pack when they fucking up the stacks. In fact, but right now I'm like fuck them on the track. It wasn't all that the whole nine. That's how I hold mine and add the fuck on to this gold mine. Packers get a cold 9 to 10 till they never rhyme again. And it's a matter of time till I send this death threat lyrically. But remember, you really didn't hear from me. There's to be no one. I'm the last nigga alive to show them precisely how I flow done. Old done from way back. I can say that I've been here laying this shit since the payback. When they call me, it's just for demolition strictly. I'm the guy to get you guys spitting sickly. Forgive me, what about y'all? We're the stars, spitting whack bars like you hard and Linda Guard. I'm not much richer than y'all, but I'm in charge. Plus I can charge what I want, like the guards. Hot niggas who rhyme, watch niggas who shine. Just put the hot in your chest like a few nines.
Yo, shit is realistic. Anarchy, punk rock style. Call me Sid Vicious. Ignorant shit, I dig that shit. Born stupid. Special ed students. To this industry, I'm a nuisance. The dirtiest, we roll through with Long Island thug kids. Don't know how to act. White boys that think they black. We sneaking up behind you, watch out. You can hear the music in the background. When we bout to pop out, we in the vehicle. Hop out with the crowbar. Opal, old school, snatch you out your car. We drive up the block to the spot where the hoes are. Pick up my little brother Johnny Omar. With the deal, ain't care about shit still. Rugged man, still hated. Mr. Kubrick, say my name, bitch. Y'all know what my name is. The Booker A. And Godfather Don in the motherfucker.
Yeah, when they call me, it's just for demolition strictly. I'm the guy to get you guys spitting sickly. Forgive me, what about y'all? We're the stars. Spitting whack bars like you hard and Lennon Guard. I'm not much richer than y'all, but I'm in charge. Plus I can charge what I want, like the guards. Cops, niggas who rhyme, watch niggas who shine. Just put the hot in your chest like a few knives.
I got a pit bull attitude, a pit bull bite. Shit, full of fire like that ash right. Shine without a flashlight, getting my cash right. Gone, remember last night? Nigga tried to rob us, dropped the glass pipe. Prince keeps his gats tight, niggas is tripe. Shit on their own and won't contribute to their own fast life. For real, nigga shit been hectic. I only make moves and proof to be effective. Stats tight for close ones who decide to fake jacks. Trust and loyalty, older than 8 tracks. A soldier that'll break backs, the entire shore leave. Easy than most speed, pull on some more weed. High enough to see you shook from all the snitching. A small time cook who met with cops in the kitchen. As the block starts to thicken, we creep lower. Even my girl busted a 9, I had to show her.
When they call me, it's just for demolition strictly. I'm the guy to get you guys spitting sickly. Forget me, what about y'all? We're the stars, spitting whack bars like you hard and Lennon Guard. I'm not much richer than y'all, but I'm in charge. Plus I can charge what I want, like the guards. Cops, niggas who rhyme, watch niggas who shine. Just put the hot in your chest like a few nines. Yeah, like a few nines. To my dogs, Flatbush, DK, QB, Jet, Scaramanga, Big Mac, yeah, laying it down, Big Brad, Prime Shine,
you know, moving ships and chariots, come through Sagittarius, can't stand me though, why? Hey yo, now surely Scarra ain't the one that just went to enter. Sun Law is the first prerequisite. Search step in, perfect the Shepherd links in the Lexus. Blinking, it's winterized S5, all glass, halogen, duvet, pipe, jewelry, nightlight, ice light on top of the night flight, blowing out your eyesight. CYCL, OPCL, cool, showbiz. Beast, breathing like ops and obnoxious, rock knocking, get your block rocking with the Glock popping. Matter of fact, bloodbath in here, niggas wanna pop something. Stop, lock, nigga, drop something. BK, the 118, Algebra L, the God TK, son. Rape casually, OTB summit, summer says, gun spit the loudest, that's just the proudest. Blockheads chit chat, jump, wanna get crunk, the Glock 10, spit at him. Unbearably tall, sun sweat, and all that, but I'm above the young games. Experience behind the gun name for larger targets. Revolver lock wits on kids like the chamber. Who want another banger? Think that's Dibzo? And I'm Scaramanga Shala, outfitted in Ralphlin and bounce with it. I could come out with it, so cool out. Young niggas, 30-year-old niggas with guns that can knock the
fool out of niggas. Son niggas when the dues out, nigga. Nick Jules, big tools, spit jewels. Rip through your top banana. You Tony Montana, what's that, Joe? It's only my cannon. Scarab spit arrows, illest album recorder. Jabbar as Falco, sun large count dough. Long dough, big cars, fly jewels. Yo son, count slow. Counts. Excellent whiz puller, Uziel fuller. Wrist blades like a cruller. Sitting on deep dish donut. So what? Fills the flow nut, floss nut. Dimes call me pro nut. The pro cut, low cut. Valley wave century, millennium. Posed up new vibe, smelling Asiatic. Crazy wild, swelling niggas with tactical max spit, critical. Beat down, the guard Al Jabbar L. We see clowns and 3 pounds of Bengal. We lounge with crinkle, singles, me not eat and live. Keep my people surrounded with that evil. Jabbar L. Motivational character, powerful, all seeing, understanding, knowledge, infinite being. Looking through the canon of scholars, Nikon, Bison, Tyson Eyes, wise one. Thoroughly attributed to shine is directional line, the pattern bearer. Saturn wearer is the 7-eye, Gemini, heaven eye, sight observer. Night like this, the revolver burn up, motor felon, 4-4 leave your portal swelling. Walk a welling, that means the snorkel we wear, bearing emblems of Taurus. Is this the Browns North Cut 10 shot? When gem's hot, send dots up and down, navigational, sun launch travel, space station, cellular communications, I'm telling you. Big Jules, big tools, spit jewels, rip through your top banana. You Tony Montana, what's that, Joe? It's only my cannon, scarab spit arrows, illest album recorder. Jabbar as Falco, sun large count dough, long dough, big cars, fly jewels. Yo son, count slow. Counts. Cross beside it like when fire desire is a Cyrus life. The Amin Ra shine thorough like a Benz car. Jim Jiu-Jitsu, me my pen transform into a pistol. Bristol Harvey, yay taste 8-pounder. Wait my hammer spray, standing on Manor Rays in Tampa Bay. Lamp on waves, polar damn the damage of the gamma rays. Sun large advantage, stay neutral. Sway juice crew, bloodbath 4-page blue through. Blinking halogen, hand wrist, ear to ear boulder. Buccaneer shoulder, brandish rapier. Granted we late here. Told you it's Cobra, damn niggas spazzed out and went ape here. You know the shape here. Flagrant 850, Jacob ear caresser here to finesse it. Jabbar Al to do it. God spit fluid in earth. Since I heard Sweetus' birth, but I knew what it's worth. I to stay seeing mine. Roman time to find. MM11, gem, sun from one sentence the funds come. Cascading, rap bladed with catch matrix like the movie Ruby colored. That mean the fire in his heart cause he truly love it. I call this one beloved. 1 Samuel 1, ask the God, he planned our life well. Niggas need to read the manuals. For the jewels, read the manual. Big Jules, big tools, spit jewels. Rip through your top banana. You Tony Montana, what's that, Joe? It's only my cannon. Scarab spit arrows, illest album recorder. Jabbar as Falco, sun large count low. Long dough, big cars, fly jewels. Yo son, count slow. Count slow.
War explodes into the backcountry. There is a phantom Indian chief in the wilderness, this machine at random. My anthem, imaginative, ravenous, malicious, find the origins of heaven and hell and the symbols that represent them. The Italians built a great metropolis on a lagoon. In time, great train disasters boom. While creatures wrecked the town, many battling MCs are shot to death, a multitude in a room. After stealing information from the Atlantis database, I make a great escape. The struggle for mob leadership leads to an endless cycle of murder and blood feuds at a later date. DEA agents patrol the 1,800-mile Mexican border. A group of rock climbers must prevent mercenaries from using a destructive weapon. 88 tales of horror. Dr. Frankenstein creates a soulless monster from cadavers who tried to hide it from the old world. The wind turned a cold swirl. A Morocco gypsy sold pearls. The fallen pilot awakes alone after a crash. His aerial danger. Police and archaeologists remove skeletons from a burial chamber. From the city to the woods, or when the sun shines good, the robot tank once a spectre where a graveyard stood. Yo, from the city to the woods, when the sun shines good, the robot tank once a spectre where a graveyard stood. Perhaps you and your friends are never seen again. The ghost of a lovely lady, the tall grim reaper in the wind. Bruce Banner seeks an antidote for a bacteria contaminating a desert town. A civilian plane carrying a movie actress is later shot down. A bitter ex-convict makes a capture man a slave, a lesson hard nailed. An alien creature must be destroyed after a government plans to use it as a weapon fails. Before their time, ancient technology, rain, snow, and then hail. A group of people
people who have telekinetic powers. Dead men tell no tales. Apache warrior, Cherokee warrior. No book written is scarier. Paleontologists, students, and forest rangers encounter a legendary feature in a deeply wooded area. Dark as a pilot, I ran my aircraft into an enemy bomber over Los Angeles, preventing the destruction of California. On the hillside lies your grave, all covered with begonias. On the mic I smashed, causing a train crash and stampede with such words. Strange bargain schoolhouse from Alfred Hitchcock to Birds. A dark space station captain is accused of an intellect home. We step off the street and shoot you 40 times to the restaurant. From the city to the woods, and when the sun shines good, the robot tank once a spectre where a graveyard stood. Yo, from the city to the woods, when the sun shines good, the robot tank once a spectre where a graveyard stood. You're a planet whose orbit straight too close to a black hole. None shall escape or remain in the desolate plateau. Be consumed by my savage sword, the man from a mountain hollow. Lyrically blown away, a depression and misery from withdrawal. Whenever a season when a storm gathers, exposed in the court crime. You are here to document the stressful reality of military life during wartime. I am the Holocaust, a burnt offering on the cliff, the fatal risk. To leave you none to remain, the black hole's gravity decimates your escaping shits. Argues the existence of extraterrestrials in the days of the needle. Work evil threats to tear apart the robot tank's home planet and enslave its people. Grave robbers steal thousands of artifacts from archaeological sites, museums, and private collections. I'm a celestial being brought alive to perfection. A war machine to battle the evil unseen esoterical troopers. Engineers overcome yet preserve natural obstacles while paving the way toward America's future. The distance between the target and the launch point is crucial. Samurai, the elite warrior class, holds the reins of power in Japan for more than 700 years, and now I shoot you. From the city to the woods, and when the sun shines good, the robot tank once a spectre where a graveyard stood. Yo, from the city to the woods, when the sun shines good, the robot tank once a spectre where a graveyard stood. From the city to the woods, and when the sun shines good, the robot tank once.
Yeah, you know what it is, man. Same shit, ain't nothing changed. Out here getting it, doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Mind on my business, you know what I'm saying? Get my money. What up with you, ain't that good? Alright. Is that right? Yeah, nigga back go handle that thing. Do what you gotta do, man. Handle your thing, boy. May the good Lord bless you with everything you hoped and wished for. Bless you. May you live a long life, make long money, sleep good at night. I do. I wish you nothing but the best. May you love real deep, may you laugh real big. I pray your enemies fail, and you ain't never gotta spend time in jail. May you travel safe and meet good people along the way. I hope you know you one of a kind, and you ain't gotta be like them, you're just fine. I wanna see you become wealthy, and more important than that, stay healthy. Godspeed, and pray you never had to lock horns with peace. Oh hell no. Peace be with me, the dark and the light angels protect me. That's right. Life is about balance. You try to be cool, but sometimes it gets violent. Peace be with me, the dark and the light angels protect me. Life is about balance. I'd rather be cool, but out here it gets violent. Out the shadows, let the moonlight shine on that. Keepers of the night, keepers of the holy. Rapping words, the spirit is strong in me. I use the force, careful with that shit, baby. I feel I'm still learning my own strength. Sorry if I wasn't perfect when you thought I should have been. I'm just a work in progress. I encourage myself to be better and master the art. It's a long time coming, seemed like the other day I was just being myself. They calling me a late bloomer, and I don't know if that's a compliment or insult. And I don't give a fuck, really, keep talking. Got 2 pair of watch like the Polo Kid. My time is so precious, why would I waste it on a silly bitch like you and miss my chance to realize my greatness and become who I am? Baby, peace be with me, the dark and the light angels protect me. Life is about balance. You try to be cool, but sometimes it gets violent. Peace. Peace be with me. The dark and the light angels protect me. Life is about balance. I'd rather be cool, but out here it gets violent. As I take my gun off before I pray, I don't have a problem with meeting God halfway. Yeah, we believe in a higher force, and may God be with you through this war. Shit real out here, man. Crazy out here, man. Peace.
You have just been exposed to a range of propaganda devices used by the West to control, manipulate, neutralize, and anesthetize entire populations, its own and that of other